Okay, so all of the council members are now on the dais, and I would like to call the meeting to order at 6:30 p.m., 46 Park Boulevard in Fairfax. And first off, I'd like us to do the Pledge of Allegiance and invite those of you that would like to join us. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, if we could do the roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Egger.
Here.
Councilmember Garangelli.
Here.
Councilmember Kohler.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
I'm here.
Mayor Blash.
Sure, and if we could keep it down a little bit so we can start the meeting, that would be great. Thank you. I know people are seem to be very excited tonight. All right, so we're going to move on to the approval of the agenda.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to make one change, which is to move item 5 on the regular agenda, the resolution to amend the land use, town center, and safety elements of the general plan, to be after item 2. So it would go 1, 2, and then 3 would be the resolution. Number 5, now number 3. And then 4 and 5 would be the public hearing on vacancy reporting. And number 5 is the budget.
I'll second. I'm sorry, to move 3 above, excuse me, to move item 5 just after item 3.
After item 2.
Sorry, after item 2, as number 3.
After item 2, which is the audit. That's what we're doing. Okay, that's the motion. We're not changing that.
So there's we have a request, if we could. Could we possibly, since we have a lot of attorneys and consultants doing the resolutions of necessity, could we possibly move open time to after the resolution
No,
of necessity?
and I'm not the mayor, but we have a lot of people here for open time, so the motion stands as is.
Councilmember Egger.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangelli.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay. Having done that, I think Councilmember Hellman has an announcement to make.
Yeah, I'll need to leave by 10 p.m. I have an early engagement in the morning, so I'll be leaving the meeting around 10 p.m.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to some other elements of tonight's meeting, and just keep in mind we have a very packed agenda. Land acknowledgement. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the coastal Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors past, present, and emerging. I'm also going to read the meeting protocol. The mayor shall maintain order at the meeting. The council has the responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to facilitate the conduct of the people's business and encourage civil engagement in town council meetings. I have now lost the rest of it. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and/or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. So please turn off all cellular phones or place them in silent mode. The town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council session meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. We're going to do a brief report out on the closed session. We had a very lengthy closed session today. Ms. Colson, if you could do a little report out.
Thank you. So we had a general litigation update, and the only thing to report out is on the Kuntz case. The council unanimously agreed that we would not be doing any abatement or signage until the conclusion of the federal district court case. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. So we are going to move to open time for public expression. And this is the time for the public to address the council on matters not listed on the agenda. Each speaker is limited to 2 minutes. The council cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda as restricted by state law, Government Code, Section 54954.2. If there are more speakers after 30 minutes, open time will be continued to the end of the agenda. So I just want to note we have a packed agenda. We have a lot of important decisions on the agenda tonight, and we need to move through them in an efficient manner. So it's going to be 15 minutes in the room, 15 minutes on Zoom. And if we still have a little bit of time left after Zoom, making up to the 30 minutes, we'll go back to in the room. Otherwise, we're just going to have to cut it off and move the rest of public comment to the end of the meeting. And I apologize for that. I've been letting it slip a little bit, but we do have some very important decisions to make tonight.
Mayor,
Mayor, I have a comment. Go ahead.
I'd like to say something. There's a lot more than 7 or 8 people in line there. I think we need to go farther than 15 minutes for indoors for public comment, please.
So I just want to make a comment, and this is something that was raised by some community members. Regular agendas require posting 72 hours in advance. Fairfax received certification of the recall effort signature on Monday, July 14, 2025. There was not time to notice the regular agenda. Therefore, the next regular meeting is August 6, 2025. On August 6, 2025, the council is expected to vote to place the 2 recall questions on the ballot.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask people to just forego clapping, not because it isn't fun and everything, but we want to make sure that everybody on all sides of whatever issue feels comfortable speaking to the council. So,
Madam Mayor, may I just make a quick statement
yes,
regarding
you certainly can.
Councilmember Kohler's statement? It's my understanding that the county finished the count and released the records on Friday, and they contacted Fairfax, and Fairfax said, no, we're closed, we'll get it Monday. So they were available on Friday, the 11th of July. Thank you.
Can I, so I think we're not going to be debating this right now unless Ms. Colson would like to add anything to that.
That is not the case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have
So-
signed documents from the county of Marin on the 11th. Are you saying that's not correct? They forged them, or what's the deal? I don't understand.
Not going to debate this right now, Frank. We had a conversation with them on Friday. We did not get any documents on Friday. We got them on Monday. Thank you.
You could have had them Friday. The
can
ones
we-
I have are stamped Friday. I've got the county stamp on mine. They say Friday,
Okay.
the 11th.
So can I just mention, we just approved the agenda, so that kind of stands. I'd like to move to public comment and have the public make their comments, and we do need to stick to 30 minutes, so let's get going. Thank you.
Sean Fitzgerald, Fairfax Park. My public comment tonight focuses on the importance of integrity in our local government processes. On Friday, July 11th, by 4:30 p.m., the county elections office had completed its count of the recall petitions and notified the Fairfax clerk's office that the results were ready. However, the clerk's office indicated they would not take custody until the following Monday. Why? The county elections office, in addition to picking up options, would have also accommodated a delivery option, they stated, as they have before in the past. While I understand that there may be operational considerations such as walk-in office hours on Fridays, it should be noted that our clerk does not even have a desk in town hall and could have been available to pick them up and put them in the safe on the same day. I emailed the clerk's office July 10th and July 11th asking what their process for presentation of results would be. To date, I still have not received a response. Now, the clerk's office has announced that they will certify results to the council August 6th, even though the proponents and council have already been provided the certified results and they appear on the town's website. How can that be that the results are made public before they're even certified to this town council? I'm concerned about this delay and the lack of transparency as to why. To better understand the requirements, we have consulted a well-established government sector attorney in Sacramento who provided a letter to the clerk's office today, as well as this town council, advising adherence to the law. It is their legal opinion that the Brown Act does not govern the Elections Code 11270 or 11224. The results shall be delivered at the next regularly scheduled meeting with no provisions for delay or alternatives. During the clerk's appointment process, the role was described as largely ceremonial by our town manager and town attorney. Yet in this instance, with thousands of signatures at stake, timely action feels essential to upholding public trust, and it does not at all feel ceremonial right now. We voted for the clerk position to remain elected, so it would be responsive to voters, and this moment underscores exactly why. I implore the council to compel the clerk's office to deliver the results tonight.
Okay, so let's move to the next comment, and I'm going to again ask people not to clap just because we want to make sure that everybody on both sides of every issue feels comfortable speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. So this is directed to the whole council, but in particular, Mayor Blash, Vice Mayor Hellman, and Council Member Kohler. I would like to notify the council and submit for public record that local businesses have been harassed by the town of Fairfax. Fairfax Lumber and Hardware and Naves Bar reported that they were visited by the fire department for inspections after announcing their support of the recall of Mayor Liesl Blash and Vice Mayor Stephanie Hellman.
vote. After the election, people asked for a voice in selecting our temporary town treasurer and clerk, both elected positions. The three of you voted against the will of the people who took time to express an opinion. We, the people, observed as three of you systematically hobble the votes of our two recently elected town council members, Frank Egger and Mike Garanghelli, and limit their ability to put items on the agenda without your approval. I would like to remind you there's no royalty in a democracy. You were not elected to replace the will of the people with your personal ideologies. During their election campaigns, many who now support the recall initially were some of the strongest supporters of those being recalled. I was one. The realization that we invested hope in a vision crafted not to serve us, but to use us is painful. A quiet rage began growing within our community, awakening a kind of sacred defiance and refusing to be divided any longer by fear, manipulation, or power. No amount of political spin or council propaganda can erase the pain of permitting 6-story buildings in residential neighborhoods that will forever change the face of our town.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Doesn't it?
Ready? Oh, hi, Kathy, Fairfax. Or the pollution of our parks by illegal campers at the expense of families, or wasteful spending on costly consultants and pet projects at the expense of town maintenance. And now the apparent abuse of local businesses. People trust has been exploited, but within this erosion of truth and trust was an awakening. Mayor Blash and Vice Mayor Hellman have been dealt the contemporary equivalent of a tar and feathering by the people of Fairfax. They have been shown the exit door. Retaliatory actions against the people and local businesses will only sink them further into the tar pit. To quote Fairfax, our author, Anne Lamont, when you find yourself in a pit, don't start to furnish it. I had something written, and I do. Sean said most of it. I have one other little tidbit I could read, if I could find it. It's mainly about the homeless encampment. The homeless encampment has turned into a nightmare scenario. Please go for a walk there. Human feces, vomit, and piles of garbage beyond belief. It has never been this bad, maybe because of our volunteers have not cleaned it up for months. I asked Liesl Blash if there's still a homeless committee, but I have not heard back. The homeless are again breaking into School Street Plaza's now vacated rooms. The police are refusing to enforce the no camping ordinance. It is a disgrace that our town is letting them continue to live in squalor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, and again, let's keep our applause so we can let everyone feel free to speak. Thank you.
You need to press the button. Press the button on the mic.
That one?
Got it.
Fine. Good evening, council members and residents and voters. Thank you. The Fairfax turmoil involves political scandal with harshly punitive rental ordinances being passed and then rescinded, members of the town council being elected who are now faced with petitions for recall being officially certified for recall. A small town, population of 7,500, is being torn apart in a way that functions as Mayberry turning into the Sopranos. It is facing existential issues ranging from homelessness to wildfire to the weaponization of the fire department to fiscal mismanagement involving millions of dollars. It's not just a small town with local issues. It is a microcosm of what is happening not just in Fairfax, not just in Marin, not just in the Bay Area, not just in California, but throughout the United States. Fairfax has an opportunity to create a model of political and social solutions that could address these issues that would point the way for the entire country. That's a big story, and the media needs to cover that story and its multitude of facets. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. And I think I probably, can we just I think we need to have maybe just 2 more speakers at this point. So next speaker, please.
First time I ever had to move a microphone up. Anyway, I'm here to just support the mayor and the vice mayor. It's been really tough for you. I know you've suffered a lot of people just yelling at you on the street, and, you know, people have disagreements, but to have harassment in your own town, I think is egregious. And I know it's tough for you guys to have me speak, but maybe you can shut the hell up. So anyway, I wanted to say I'm really sorry.
Just cut it down. You had a right to speak. She has a right to speak too. And please don't swear. Please don't swear, but please let's settle down. Everybody
I'm
needs to
fine.
settle down and let the speaker speak. We let you speak.
It's
Okay.
true. Anyway, so some of us brought some flowers for you guys, and I just want to leave them. And then I also want to say it wasn't over 3,000 people who signed that. It was about 1,200, which is only 20% of the population of Fairfax. You could sign each petition. So I think the blowing up of the numbers for those at home is a little egregious as well. And then I'm also just super sad about what has happened to Fairfax. I moved here 30 years ago, and I love this place so much. And I just don't know what happened to like this hippie sensibility that I fell in love with, where there was a lot more sharing. I have 58 more seconds, and if you would stop interrupting me, maybe I would be pushed to say cuss words. So mellow out.
So
Anyway.
please, everybody, I would like you to A, do not swear, but B, you need to let other speakers speak. If you're going to be demanding that you be allowed freedom of speech and democracy, you also need to give that to your fellow community members. So everybody.
I remember the first time I was up here and I had people.
Beth, you need to speak to us.
Yeah.
Just go
Well,
on.
anyway, we'll talk later, I guess. So anyway, and also I just want to put a context around this. The homeless encampment is 4 people. And if Fairfax is the heart of what I thought it was, I don't know why people aren't coming out of their homes to help people instead of always getting pissed off that they're making noise or whatever. It's like, what happened to everyone just pulling together and trying to be good to each other's neighbors? And if there are people who are living on the street and you have a home, why aren't you lending a hand? Why aren't you asking the tough questions? And why do you continue interrupting me? It's amazing. Anyway, thank you very much. Here's my flowers. Blessings.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there, Renee Goddard, Fairfax. I just would like you all to hear our gratitude. We're here because we want to thank you for your grace, your courage, your resilience, and your leadership. And I think there are folks in the room that would like to express the same thing. Hold up your flowers, everybody. We really, in a world at war, can do better than this. The hate is visceral, and we can fix it because I have to believe that kindness will prevail. So everyone, please, thank you. Hang in there, and your flowers will be right here. Please take a look at them. If you're feeling dark, this will brighten up the room for everyone. Thank
Okay.
you all very much.
Okay, we have room for one more speaker, and then we're going to move to Zoom. So one more, and then Zoom.
Again, thank you very much, Stephanie and Liesl, and all of you for all the work that you do. And I'm shocked to hear people talk about tarring and feathering, and the things that I've heard tonight are uglier than anything I've heard, and violent. And to hear violence in Fairfax is a shock. So thank you so much. Enjoy your flowers.
Thank you. And I would like to just say that we will move back to people in line if there is any time left after the Zoom comments, but we need to move to the Zoom comments now. And I'm sorry, but again, we have a packed agenda.
Mayor?
There are no raised hands on Zoom.
Okay, then we're going to move to the next people who are in line to speak in person, because we do have a little bit more time. So if you were in line to speak in person, you can continue now.
Mayor, there's one raised hand on Zoom.
I'm sorry. So we're going to let that one person speak, and then we're going to move to the next person who just approached the podium. Thank you.
Dorothy, you are unmuted. You may unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm unmuted. I hope you guys can hear me.
So if we can keep it down so we can hear Dorothy, that would be great. Thank you.
I hope that you can hear me. I wish I was there to bring flowers for the mayor and vice mayor. I'm sorry that you've been going through this. So even online, there are people watching and supporting, and I believe that Fairfax will pull through this. So I stand behind you, and I have energy to work for you guys through this. So thank you, Fairfax. Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So next person in the room, unless there's someone else on Zoom.
There's one other raised hand on Zoom.
Okay, let's go to
Cindy, you are unmuted and you may unmute yourself.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I'm Cindy Ross, longtime Fairfax resident. I just wanted to say real quickly that I do agree actually with a little bit of everything that the previous speakers have said. Unfortunately, I do agree with some of the problems that have been identified that some people are saying necessitated the recall. But at the same time, I'm really, really concerned that of the whole process. of the recall and some of the hostility that I've experienced and some of the inability of people to discuss things in a productive way. And I just want to say, I really, really want to move on and have us get back to discussing things as an entire sitting council and as a community. Even if we disagree, I want to stop just this insanity about the recall and get back to, like an earlier speaker said, the Fairfax that I love. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Do you have more people online now? Okay. And after that, we'll move back because we've.
Okay. The last speaker is Jane. Jane, you are unmuted. You may unmute yourself.
Hi, I think I did it. Thank you. I just want to say I kind of came in here a little late, and I feel like there's an awful lot of hostility charges against the recall people. I think there's been a fair amount of it on both sides. People got very hot under the collar because people are passionate about what they believe in. And we do live in a democracy where we've followed the law, those of us who want the recall. And I just don't think that anybody needs to be accusing anybody of anything at all. This is a process we're going through. There's a reason for it. We have our reasons. You have your reasons to disagree, but let's be civil going forward because this is just the beginning of figuring out where this is going to end. So I thank everyone involved. I thank all of those who dared to sign the recall in spite of the slanderous accusations that were made against us. So here's to democracy. Here's to Fairfax going forward so we can find Fairfax again and get over this and move on and have a thriving community again where we aren't having sides pitted against each other or where the public isn't feeling like they're left out and have nothing to say. So I thank you. I know this isn't easy for you. It's not easy for anybody. It's not an easy process. I wish I wish we didn't feel like it had to happen, but we do, we did, and it is. And I say thank you and good night.
Great. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I just briefly wanted to say how grateful I am. Just wanted to say how grateful I am to Mayor Blash and Vice Mayor Hellman for all of the work that you've done. Your level of resilience and courage and everything that you've brought to the town is so appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jenny Schmidt. I live on Iron Springs Road and have for the past 35 years. I want to say that this has been an absolutely hideous process and definitely not brought out the best in most people. And that Mayor Blash and Vice Mayor Hellman, only 25% of the town were roused to sign this petition, and it cost thousands and thousands of dollars. So the rest of us, the 75% who didn't sign the petition, we are with you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Susan Adams. I reside on Tamalpais Road in Fairfax. As the previous speaker stated, I want to thank council members Kohler, Blash, and Hellman for their service, being steadfast and diligent and implementing state law, helping us meet our requirements. And in spite of the vicious and very inappropriate comments that have been made, it's been, I know I've been personally assaulted verbally by people, and I'm just a resident. I don't have to live through what you guys are going through. But anyway, thank you. You're much appreciated. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council, Mayor and Council. Jody Timms, Cascade Drive. Despite the many things I'd like to say tonight, I'm going to spend my precious time on climate, having been deeply inspired today by Derek Johnson, the new county executive. Watching the New York subways flood, not to mention the heart-wrenching reality unfolding in Texas, brings home again and again the reality of the temperature rising and extreme weather events. In preparation for our own heat waves and hopefully not fires that will surely come this summer, ensuring your home is as cool as possible and warm in the winter might well be your goal. And if so, please check out the EASE program for low and middle income households. Go to Bayren, Bayren, EASE for details. If you've been thinking of buying a new or used EV, know that all federal tax incentives are ending on September 30th. So go to rideanddriveclean.org for details. Federal rebates for battery and solar installations, as well as heat pumps, water heating, space heating, and cooling are also ending on December 31st. Now is the time to save money, cut your utility costs, improve your health, safety, and comfort, and lower emissions and improve air pollution locally and globally. Despite the climate dismissing that spews from Washington and even Fairfax, please don't believe it. The climate is changing, and so must we. Also, much gratitude to Liesl and Stephanie, who are being improperly accused of misbehavior. It is flatly untrue. The escalating legal costs facing our town will impact our ability to get things done, not to mention further divide our community. I can't wait for the efforts to heal those wounds. I wish us all luck and much appreciation.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Good evening. Good evening, Diana Perdue, Fairfax. A few thoughts I have. When making decisions, I believe you should prioritize the health and safety of all Fairfax and Ross Valley residents. Safeguard what we have. Revere this small spot on the map. Our limited resources, particularly water, is entirely dependent on the ebb and flow of rainfall. It's irrational to add any large-scale residences. At best, we can barely support small additions. Our east-west corridor is the only exit, and with the current population already a predicament. By adding more people and cars in an emergency, you have a Lahaina-style death trap. I'm tired of the mantra of Sacramento won't let us opt out of their plan. None of them live here. And I'm tired of you taking cues from the Democratic Socialist Party puppet masters. To have our town, to save our town, will depend on bold action. Become a charter town if necessary. You're all smart people, and you must do something to save Fairfax.
Thank you. Next, please. And can we again, everybody on both sides, let's just let everyone speak.
Hi, my name is Ray Moritz, and I am known as Fairfax's arborist. I returned from vacation to see that the water district or whoever was putting in pipes trenched through the root systems of our precious redwoods in front of Town Hall. My understanding, there is more development to be done along Park, and I would hope that the town would consider the health of the trees because they've been struggling a long time. And I would hope that people would seek my advice before these things happen rather than afterwards. So that's what I have to say. And I'd like to say I thank anybody who accepts the thankless job of running towns and cities.
Great. Thank you. And can I ask, I'm going to just pause for a second here. I think I have mentioned this before. Is anything going on where we're checking or have plans to check the impact of upcoming construction along Park on the health of trees? Because I know redwoods have pretty shallow roots usually, and so I'm just concerned about that.
We can bring that back to a future agenda.
Great, thank you. Okay, so I did not subtract that time from speaking time, so let's have the next speaker.
Daria Severs, Inyo Avenue. I want to take this time to honor the integrity and the civility that our mayor and our vice mayor have shown throughout this challenging process. I thank you. I thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm William Severs, also Inyo Avenue. I want to thank both Liesl and Stephanie. I think they've been great. I think putting up with all this is crazy. I think it'd be nice if people followed the rules, for example, of not interrupting and things like that. It just shows me, I mean, we all need to behave peacefully, and we all need to really empathize with each other. And I think a lot of misinformation has been put out in this campaign, which is really discouraging. I mean, I'm like Daria, I just love Fairfax. And I really would like to see it be a peaceful and happy town. And I also think that it's a big waste of money to spend a lot of money that could be put into the roads on doing this whole thing. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Nancy Clothier. I'm Fairfax resident. I just want to include my thanks to the mayor and the vice mayor and all the council members. Although I do hope that you would turn to mediation instead of depending on this to pull you through. Because I feel like recall is a divisive act. And some of us in Fairfax have a spiritual leaning, and that this is totally against my tenets to see this happening in the town. But I understand other people have a voice. But I just have to repeat strongly that why do we have to resort to divisive tactics? Why can't we sit down and get a mediator, a legal mediator? Also, have some training for our town in nonviolent speech. I feel very wounded by some of the acts on both sides, but especially because the recall, some of the recall people, some are my good friends that I love, and I feel like they've been taken away from me because there's just no way around it. When you start blaming other people, it's us against them. And you're not being vulnerable. We're not being vulnerable to look at our own stuff. So anyway, again, I thank you both. I say this all to everyone, to you with respect. So thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, where are we at in terms of time?
We have time for one more speaker.
Okay, so let's have one more speaker and then we'll move along.
Mayor, I think there's 8, this is a big issue. There's 8 people. They all want to speak their voice. I think we should do it.
I don't agree. We have a lot to do tonight.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Susan Malloy, and I live at Bennett House here in Fairfax. And I want to thank the Vice Mayor and Mayor for all of the work you've done and your dignity and your courage and your grace. I know that you've spoken for me and for many, many low-income tenants in Fairfax. So we're not all homeowners, and many of us really would have benefited strongly from rent control. And I know that that seems to be the thing that people can't get over, that you actually helped us, and they're very resentful about your work there. And I'm sorry about that. But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. So we are
Mayor,
going
we've
to
had many meetings where we've gone.
yes, I know, and I have
We
gone
let
over.
people speak their minds.
Excuse me,
On
Councilmember
both sides of
Gurgeli.
the aisle, they
Excuse
should be able
me.
to speak.
Excuse me, Councilmember Gurgeli. So I have allowed people to speak over.
What is
a
it?
couple-
You guys want to speak or
please,
not?
Can you please
Mike,
calm
stop.
down, Mike? I'm moderating the meeting. I need to talk. I am moderating the meeting. I am the mayor, and I need people to calm down. Otherwise, I'm going to clear the room. Okay, so let's just calm down for a sec. So I have let people go over, that's my bad, in several meetings, especially after the School Street Plaza presentation, because I felt that people were very emotional and needed to express themselves. But our custom has been to go 30 minutes and then to put the rest of public comment towards the end of the meeting. We have a packed agenda tonight of a number of items that absolutely must get done. So we are going to move on, and I appreciate that people are passionate, that they want to speak. I've let you do that in the past, even though that wasn't our custom. I now need to just move on and get the meeting done because we need to make some decisions. So we're going to move on to the first agenda item, which has to do with Meadowway. And excuse me, I need people to calm down. You know, I appreciate it, but you need to calm down. Okay, we're gonna clear the room if we're gonna take a break if we can't get some peace here. Okay, so folks, we need to keep it calm in here. Please be nice to each other. Okay.
Mayor,
Can we please move on to the first item on the agenda?
well, I have,
Which is the the adoption of two resolutions of the necessity for the acquisition of the entirety of the larger parcel reversionary rights, more particularly described as one, a portion of the Meadowway east of San Anselmo Creek Bridge and north adjacent to 8 Meadowway, and two, a portion of Meadowway, San Anselmo Creek Bridge to Cascade Drive. We have a number of people waiting to speak on this item, and we have various presenters. Yes, please. Yes, Ms.
Mayor,
Wilson.
if I may, I'm trying to say I have to recuse myself.
I'm sorry.
And I'm going to leave the podium. But I just want to quickly say to our town attorney, I have two statements here with gold medal seals signed by Natalie Adona, the registrar of voters,
Take this up.
that says, in effect, in witness thereof, I have set my hand and affix my official seal.
So this is not the agenda item that we are on.
11th day of July. It's
No,
right here,
I can
black and white.
I appreciate the desire to speak about this, but the time to speak about this, how dare you? Okay. Okay, we're going to take a break. We're going to take a break for 5 minutes because we need to have a calm setting for this particular item. And I'm just going to mention that the time to have brought that up would have been when we are setting the agenda. That is not the item we are on. It is not noticed. Thank you. Okay, it's been about 5 minutes. If council members could start making their way back to the dais, it would be good if we could move on this next decision. Okay, we're going to start the meeting again. We'd like to get all council members that are deciding on this item back to the dais, please.
Councilmember Garangeli, can you come up?
Okay, we're going to start the meeting again. So I'm going to open the public hearing, and we're going to have a presentation from staff.
Hi, I'm Kristen Arnold, the Public Works Director for the town.
Kristen, can you move that closer?
Of
You know, you have a quiet voice.
Yes, I
We
do.
want to hear you.
Is that better? Cool. So tonight, giving part of the presentation is Andrew from BBK Law, who will be on Zoom. And then we also have Nodder, our design engineer, available for any project-specific questions.
And can I just move back for a second? I think that I'm supposed to check with legal counsel. Are you going to explain the nature and scope of the hearing?
So Andrew, can you take over for that? Can you hear me? You just did? Okay, Andrew.
And I think, I'm sorry, I didn't check my little script. I also need to check with the town clerk if you have proofs of the mailing of notices of hearing.
I do.
Okay. So let's go ahead with the presentation.
And with Andrew?
Good evening,
Andrew?
Mayor Blash, Vice Mayor Hellman, and council members Kohler, Egger, and Gearin-Gelly. My name is Andrew Sagan.
Please let the record reflect that Council Member Egger had to recuse himself.
My apologies. And I'm here with Ms. Arnold to provide this presentation and to outline the nature and scope of the hearing. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Arnold.
Thanks, Andrew. Okay. So just a quick overview of what we're going to discuss tonight. I'll go over some brief highlights of the project, show the properties that the town needs to acquire, and then Andrew will go over the hearings, the findings, and we'll wrap up with the recommendation. Next. Okay. Okay. So this project is to replace the existing Meadowway Bridge. The bridge was built in the 1950s out of wood and spans the San Anselmo Creek. The bridge provides residents on the east side of the creek with access to Cascade Drive and is the only access way for these residents out of their neighborhood. Several years ago, the bridge was found to be structurally deficient. It's in poor condition and it needs to be replaced. Additionally, this is a high fire risk area and there is a possibility for residents to become trapped during a wildfire. Lastly, this project is largely grant funded by the Federal Highway Administration. And next. Okay. So in order to obtain funding for bridge projects from the Federal Highway Administration, they require the public entity to own all the right-of-way for the project. So there are two properties over the roadway and the bridge where the titles were never transferred to the town. The first property is was owned by Cascade Land Company property. It goes from Cascade Drive and ends at the far side of the bridge, shown in orange. You can see the colors, yeah. The second property is the Hollister property. It ends at the bridge and goes to the three-way intersection on Meadowway, and that's shown in purple. The town must acquire the two titles to these properties to move forward with the project. The town has already received around $2 million in grant funding for the replacement of Meadowway Bridge, and the town will have to repay the $2 million in grants if these titles aren't acquired. So with that, I'll pass it over to Andrew to discuss the purpose of this hearing, the findings, and the recommendation for tonight.
Thank you, Kristen. And we're here today to discuss and consider the adoption of two resolutions of necessity for the acquisition of those two property interests that Kristen described. And it's also described in more detail in council's staff report. So that we can sort of have a ease of reference, we're going to call those two property interests the Hollister and the Cascade Land Company property interest. The purpose of this hearing is to consider whether the town council should adopt these two resolutions of necessities. And there are four findings necessary to adopt the RON, which is a resolution of necessity. The first is there must be a finding that the public interest and necessity require the proposed project. The second is the proposed project is planned or located in the manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. Third, the real property to be acquired is necessary for the project. And fourth, the offer of just compensation has been made to the property owner, or the offer has not been made because the owner cannot be located with reasonable diligence. So we'll go ahead and start here with finding number one, which is the public interest and necessity require the proposed project as described in the staff report and as highlighted by Kristen just a moment ago. It's the only ingress and egress facility for Meadowway. The bridge has been deemed structurally deficient by the town's consultant. Due to the soil type combined with heavy winter flows in the creek, the soil around the bridge abutments and piles has eroded significantly. The bridge is structurally deficient. It has poor deck conditions. There are functional limitations and insufficient lane and sidewalk widths. There are also fire risks and other safety and weather-related hazards, as residents could become trapped if, for example, a wildfire would occur. The site bridge configuration has caused historic bank erosion and bridge foundation scour at the site. And because of all that, the town's consultant has determined that the bridge has it's reached its useful life and full bridge replacement is required. And with that, the town council should consider whether or not the public interest and necessity require the project. And we can go to the second slide. And the second finding that must be made is whether or not the proposed project is planned or located in the manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. There's no other feasible location to cross the creek. Trying to figure out whether there's another facility would prove extremely costly, and it would require an entire reconstruction or construction of some other facility. The impacts due to the construction and the manner proposed are going to be minimized, and efforts will be made to pursue the project completion as quickly as possible once the work commences. Let's go to the next slide. The third finding that's up for consideration by council is whether or not this real property, the Hollister and the Cascade property interests, are necessary for the project. And one thing to keep in mind is sort of what are the objectives here? And that's to improve traffic operations, improve overall safety, and replace the structurally deficient bridge. And these particular interests are needed because that is the only access point for residents on the other side. And finally, the fourth finding that's being proposed for town council to consider is whether or not the offers of just compensation have been provided. The offers were made to heirs of the descendants of Mr. Hollister and heirs of the board of directors and officers of the long defunct entity, Cascade Land Property. Those offers have been made, and notwithstanding efforts to determine whether or not those interests could go ahead and be acquired, those individuals have not yet been able to demonstrate the title necessary to legally convey those interests. So despite us, the town making those offers, there's been no sort of determination yet by those individuals whether or not they have the legal rights to convey that land. And again, this finding of whether the just compensation offers have been made does not consider whether or not, or the amount of those offers. It's just whether or not those offers were made. And with that, the staff is recommending that the four findings be made and that the two resolutions of necessity be adopted.
Okay, is that it?
Yeah, with that, we can go to questions and comments.
Okay. So do council members have questions at this time?
I just have one question.
Yes.
You had mentioned it was a few years old, but you may not be aware, but how long have we been working on this project? The town, not you.
Right.
Yeah.
My understanding is since, well, likely 2012. I believe the contract was signed in
Right.
2013.
A 13-year project. So it's time to move. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. And at this point, let's see. I'm going to just check on this one point, which is I think I'm supposed to ask for the clerk to make note of all written objections, protests, and requests to be heard, which have been filed, received, read, and considered.
You need to speak. Yes.
Okay. Are there any persons with an interest in the property who wish to be heard, starting with the Hollister property? Okay, what about with the Cascade Land property? Okay, my script says.
Thank you.
to call upon all other persons who wish to be heard. Does that mean open time or public expression? Okay, thank you.
No, it means comment on just this item.
I'm sorry, public comment. At this point, I think we can move to public comment about this item. So those who wish to speak, please approach the podium.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. As all of you know, I'm gravely concerned about the town's finances. The town's got over $10 million in debt. I know this is a grant-funded or largely grant-funded project. Since the finance director is here this evening, could I ask the council to please have him describe how much has been spent to date on this project and how much will likely be spent by its completion? I've heard estimates that it might be $6 or $7 million by the time it's completed. I'd like the finance director's estimate on that, and I'd like to have the council ask him how much was spent in this last year and how much of that was federal funding. Additionally, I want to make note for the record that there were prior proposals for a drop-in bridge that would have cost the town a lot less. And I'd like to ask on a go-forward basis, was this something to just grab grant money, or was this ever contemplated to cost this much money to begin with? Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Karen Arnold, 38 Meadowway. Been here since 1991. And to answer Todd's question, I can tell you that this has been studied since 2012, like our Public Works Director said. They explored drop-in bridge options, and this length of the bridge is too long to do a drop-in. It won't work. And also it's at an S-turn in the creek, so it requires a lot of abutment work, and it's a very complicated project. And I'll tell you, we looked at everything the town did, and I feel like the town did a really good job. So I want to encourage the town council to approve the resolutions of necessity and adopt the eminent domain for these two unresolved properties under the past ownership of the Cascade Land Company and the Hollister Properties. This is a critical final step for our Meadowway Bridge replacement project. As discussed at numerous previous council meetings, and as our neighbors are well aware, this 70-year-old bridge is no longer safe, and it is not repairable. It is a critical safety issue for the 30 homes and over 70 people who rely on that bridge to get out of their homes. The specific design and the project has been in the works for over 10 years. The project meets all safety and environmental requirements. It will greatly enhance our neighborhood, and it will improve the health of the San Anselmo Creek, and it supports the town of Fairfax public safety goals. This project has taken many hours of staff time and the community input to reach these final stages. So this is my point to you. This is a win for the town and our community. Do not let it slip by. We need to have unanimous support tonight to allow this process forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Jason Brooks, a resident of Meadowway. Thank you all for your service. I just wanted to come out and express my request as a resident who's been on the street for 10 years that we finally do move forward with the bridge. My daughter, who now goes to college, like her wish was, would it be done before college? Obviously that didn't happen, but I share that only to really illustrate how long this process has been. And I think we are at this critical step, as the previous speaker just said. We know there will be a significant financial cost if this project doesn't go forward with the funds that would have to be paid back, costing the town millions of dollars. We've come this far, and as a resident of Meadowway, for all of the residents, I would ask the council to move this forward unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Do I hit this button? Oh, okay. Hi, Laura Fino at 60 Meadow Way. I want to thank you all for your time and service, and most importantly, encouragement and recommendation in moving forward with this. As you've heard from most of the residents here, I've been here about 10 years and came in already learning about the bridge itself. At that time when we were looking for places, it was a quite frightening visualization to see at that point. So thinking about in consideration of future families that would be moving in, that bridge is not safe and we need to do something about it. So I can't thank you enough that this is moving forward and long overdue. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. Must be a little unnerving to live on the other side of a bridge that you don't know how long it's going to last, and it's your only manner of egress. Just some general questions. When this project started, what was the estimated cost to be, and what was the estimated part that Fairfax would be paying? As we sit here today, what is the estimated cost to go ahead with the bridge, let alone taking the land that you're talking about? And what part of that is Fairfax responsible for? If I could get answers to those questions, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, Council. One, I am glad the Council is moving forward with getting a proper bridge at that location. That said, I believe that the funds extended and expended on that project have now exceeded $7 million. So I think Todd's questions, so we can look at our single audit that's sent to the state, we need to know exactly how much each year. And this parlays into the loan that's questionable. Specifically to that bridge, though, it's a false statement that it can't be brought in with a drop-in. If you go back to 2010 or 2011, you can look at the Ash Creek Bridge that is 172 feet long, 24 feet wide. It's called a Baltimore Bridge, which is an above truss bridge, so it doesn't impede the flow of the water. That was sold for scrap value of $3,000 by the county of Siskiyou. So you can review that. Yes, we could put in a drop-in. Yes, we could save. And I see her shaking head. I went up there to look at the auction because I was debating on buying it for my own property. It's 172 feet, 24 feet wide. It'd qualify for safety egress, and it's considered a Baltimore bridge. It's riveted, and it's an above truss type bridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Is this only to do with something about a bridge?
Yeah, just this one item, the bridge item.
Oh, okay, I'll try not to say anything, then the police don't arrest me. I've been here 17 years. I live on Marion Avenue. And everything I do, I walk home and all I see is these huge divots all over the damn sidewalks. And nothing's ever been done.
Is this about the bridge, sir?
No, it's nothing to do about.
I'm sorry, we can't talk about anything other than the bridge right now.
Okay,
So open time for public expression was at the beginning of the meeting.
I understand.
Yeah.
You don't want to hear what I got to say.
I do want to hear what you have to say, but we can't do it now. You could wait till the end of the meeting and we will have more open time for public expression at the end of the meeting.
Yeah, I'm sure of that. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak on this particular item? Okay. If not, we're going to close the public. Oh, I'm sorry, there are people on Zoom. I always forget about Zoom. Thank you so
There's
much.
one speaker on Zoom. It's an iPhone user. You are unmuted. You may unmute yourself. You just have to unmute yourself.
Is there anybody else online? Okay.
There's one other speaker on Zoom.
Let's go to
We
that
can
other
move to them.
speaker and then move back to the first one if we can.
Milan, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Milan Michette, do not live on Meadow Way. I live in Deer Park, though I go across the Meadow Way Bridge often, and I'm always praying that I make it across before it collapses. I've listened to this for many years, and it doesn't matter what we've already spent because we've already spent it. The question now is how to make sure the people that live on Meadow Way would be safe in an emergency. To me, that's the main item. We need to do it, and if it's going to cost a lot of money with a grant, that will help, but it needs to be done because people that live there need to be protected. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's try the other person again.
They are no longer online.
Okay, in that case, we are going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for deliberation and a vote.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes. Councilmember Garanghelli?
Oh,
Wait, can we make comments before we entertain a
Is
motion?
it okay if we, okay, you'd like to make a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify one thing. There was in this window of how long we've been working on it, there was a window during COVID where absolutely no action could proceed. Is that right, town manager? Like we weren't able to proceed with the project during this window. I just don't want the public to think that we weren't working on it this whole time.
Yes, I started in 2022, but before that in COVID, there were many years of COVID, but there are residents right there who were not able to meet during COVID.
okay.
And the project is fully funded from federal grants, et cetera, correct?
So the project is almost 100% funded by grants. And in the previous item that we did on this bridge, we went through and listed all of the parts and whether they were funded at 100% or 88.5%.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other comments or can we move on to Councilmember Garanghelli's motion?
I have a motion. Well, and I will make one quick comment, then I'll do the motion. But it's been a 13-year journey. I'm sure the town has worked hard at it, but safety in all our decisions must be made, or decisions must be made about safety. And this is far past that point, so I'll make the motion and see what happens. I move to make adoption of two resolutions of necessity.
Excuse me, could we do them separately, please?
Sorry.
That's okay, not a problem.
Wait, what's happening?
A resolution of necessity for the acquisition of the entirety of the larger parcel reversionary rights of certain real property by eminent domain, more particularly described as the portion of Meadow Way east of the San Anselmo Creek Bridge and north adjacent to 6 Meadow Way, Fairfax, California, for the Meadow Way Bridge Replacement Project in Marin County, California.
I second.
I just want to make a friendly amendment. It should also say, in Marin County, California, Hollister property as further identified in Exhibit A attached to this resolution, a copy of which is attached here too as Attachment A. This is the second one.
Okay, and the second.
I
Well, we
second
knew- we
with the
got-
friendly amendment.
And then you're next.
Councilmember Garanghelli,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes.
The next motion is to adopt the resolution for the acquisition of the entirety of the larger parcel reversionary rights of certain real property by eminent domain, more particularly described as the portion of Meadow Way, San Anselmo Creek Bridge to Cascade Drive, Fairfax, California, in Marin County, California, Cascade land property as further identified in Exhibit A attached to this resolution, a copy of which is attached here too as Attachment B and incorporated herein by this reference.
I second.
Councilmember Garanghelli,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Great. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for going through that. Okay. I guess that is celebratory, so I guess we're not silencing anybody by clapping. So we're going to wait till Councilmember Egger comes back in before we move on to the next item. Okay, I think we're kind of done with that part. Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And you could always listen that to me in writing. That would be useful. And we're taking a little break for a second just because we're waiting for someone to get Councilmember Egger because we need him to make the next set of decisions. Okay, so we're going to resume. I'm going to just say something really quickly. I want to apologize to Councilmember Egger for accidentally cutting him off when he was saying he was going to recuse himself. The room was a little chaotic and it was hard to tell what was going on. Again, I'm just going to mention that I know people are very passionate and that a lot of people would like to speak on a whole lot of different items. And yet we have a very packed agenda. So we're going to move on to discuss the next item. Again, as I think I've noted before, we often have items that absolutely have to be passed at a particular time. And we do try to get through all of them in a timely fashion. So we are now moving to receiving the fiscal year 2023-24 audit report.
I think we're in the process of unmuting.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I just want to introduce Whitney, our
yes, of course,
independent auditor from Mays and Associates, which is a well-known firm.
All right. Should I go ahead and share my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, if someone could confirm that you can see the PowerPoint slide 1, that'd be great.
We can see the PowerPoint.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Whitney Crockett, and I'm an audit partner with Mays and Associates. We are the external independent auditors for the town of Fairfax, and I oversaw the completion of the fiscal year ended June 30, 2024 audit. So I did want to start with a little bit of background information about the annual audit process. So we are an independent CPA firm. So that means we're independent from the town of Fairfax and its component units in accordance with auditing standards, as well as the California Government Code independence requirements. The audit was conducted in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the US and government auditing standards issued by the Comptroller General of the United States of America. Our audit scope includes the town of Fairfax basic financial statements for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2024. And our audit was conducted in December of 2024 for 2 full weeks when we tested the town's internal controls, as well as the year-end balances and activity. After that time, we in the town had a lot of back and forth to get the audit wrapped up and get insertion documents such as the management discussion and analysis ready for finalization. Okay, so going over the results of the audit. So on page 1 of the basic financial statements, we have the independent auditor's report. And if you read, that's basically where our audit opinion is located. And if you read that, you'll see that we had an unmodified or clean opinion, which is basically saying that the town's financial statements for the year ended June 30, 2024 are fairly stated in all material respects in conformity with accounting principles generally accepted in the US. I did want to point out that there was a correction in the prior year, which is shown as a prior period adjustment. Basically, the town determined that there was a loan receivable that was to be recorded on the books from the prior year, and therefore a restatement was made to include the loan receivable on the statement of net position, which had a net impact of $210,000 of an increase to the prior year net position. And for more information, the footnotes to the financial statements, specifically footnote 1N, discusses the restatement. And as a result of this correction, the town implemented Governmental Accounting Standards Board Statement 100, which is accounting changes and error corrections. On page 5 of the basic financial statements is the management's discussion and analysis, and this is prepared by finance staff. And it gives you a high-level overview of significant activity for the fiscal year and reasons for changes in balances. So I'm just going to cover big changes in the financial statements at the entity-wide level. So this table that I have on the slide is going over the changes in the statement of net position. So from fiscal year 2023 to fiscal year 2024. And before I start, I do want to point out that in fiscal year 2023, as I mentioned before, there was a restatement. And so original assets and net position at June 30, 2023 were $18,036,089 and $57,574 respectively at June 30, 2023. However, as discussed previously, the town determined that there was a loan of $210,000 that needed to be recorded in the prior year. So this table reflects the increase that of $210,000 to assets and net position, which bumped it up to $18,246,089 for the assets, and then $267,574 for the net position. So looking at the assets, there was an increase in assets of about $139,000, which was not a significant increase. Deferred outflows decreased by $739,784. And this was largely due to the pension-related outflows that changed in accordance with the actuarial valuation reports that are completed by CalPERS actuaries for the town. And if you look at the difference between fiscal year 23 deferred outflows and fiscal year 24 deferred outflows, it's largely related to actuarially calculated differences between actual contributions by the town and the proportionate share of contributions of the town and their participation in the cost sharing plan of CalPERS for miscellaneous and safety. Liabilities decreased by about $159,000, so it was a slight decrease there. Deferred inflows decreased by about $1.5 million. And the main reason for that change is also related to the actuarial valuation reports completed by CalPERS actuaries, and also due to the actuarially calculated change in the employers, so that's the town, proportion and differences between the town's contributions and the town's proportionate share of contributions. And then net position increased by about, $1,061,824. And this is a byproduct of the above. And then I'll also talk about changes in revenue and expenses on the next slide. So looking at the statement of activities, the income statement, again, want to point out that the prior year numbers for fiscal year 2023, specifically the net position, has the original number was $57,574 at June 30, 2023. But because of that loan receivable of $210,000 that needed to be recorded in the prior year, this table reflects that increase, bringing the net position to $267,574. So we're comparing to that number. So if you look at revenues, revenues increased by about $834,000. And it appears that that's largely due to an increase in tax receipts and charges for services, as well as investment earnings earned by the town. Expenses decreased by about $5.9 million. And that was largely due to the fact that in fiscal year 23, pension expense was extremely high because the CalPERS investments did not have as much of a return as was expected. So that's where most of that change came from. And then finally, net position increased by about $1.1 million. And that's largely due to what I've talked about in the slides. Because those are net positions, a byproduct of those. So GFOA is the Government Finance Officers Association, and they come out with best practices. And so I thought it might be helpful to just point out a recommendation that I like to look at from them regarding having enough unrestricted or unassigned fund balance in the general fund. So the Government Finance Officers Association suggests that governments should aim to have at least 2 months worth of operating revenue or expenditures in their general fund's unrestricted fund balance. So for June 30, 2024, I calculate the average monthly expenditures to be about 1.1 million, which is taken from the total expenditures of 13.6 million on the statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance, divided by 12 months. And that number is rounded. So taking that and then looking at the unassigned fund balance from the general fund, which is on page 18 of the basic financial statements, of about 5.1 million, again rounded. If you compare that unassigned fund balance to those average monthly expenditures, so taking 5.1 million and comparing it to the 1.1 million, or dividing it basically, you get 4.5 months of expenditures that can be covered by unassigned fund balance in the general fund at June 30, 2024. And the GFOA best practice is 2 months, so the town is a bit 2.5 months over the best practice. Okay, looking forward, our proposed audit timeline for the fiscal year 2025 audit. We plan to have our preliminary phase of the audit, which we call the interim phase, where we test the internal controls, in the last week of July 2025. And then we have the final phase of the audit scheduled for the first week of December 2025. And then from that point on, we have a lot of back and forth between the town and us to get to the finalization point. And so that's expected for spring 2026. Any questions?
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I don't know if you have our staff report, but there's key information that was presented in the staff report. And I just want to make sure that I know that auditors are limited in what you can say, but here I'll just read them to you. Clean audit, no issues, highest level of assurance, increased revenues compared to budget, decreased expenses compared to budget. Next, OPEB and pension liability decreased. It changes annually based on market returns and actuarial analysis, which impacts net position, but does not represent annual expenses paid. Next one, while pension and OPEB liabilities fluctuate each year, the town has taken many steps to manage these liabilities, including modifying pension plans, eliminating new OPEB benefits, refinancing previous liabilities, and establishing, these are two types of investment accounts, SERP and PARS investment accounts to prepare for future payments. And the last, town continues to maintain prudent reserves of over 25%. Are those things that you found in your audit, or is?
I can speak to the audit opinion. You know, that was clean, highest level of assurance that we can provide. But I would have to actually like go through each bullet point and compare, do more analysis on each bullet point to make sure that's reasonable, which I didn't do as part of the audit, but I could do that, you know, to go through those. But off the top of my head, it doesn't seem, I know that the OPEB and pension liability decreased. But the other areas I can't say without looking deeper into the financial report.
Okay, and the second thing, this may be more for Michael Vivrat, the $210,000 loan, which was mistakenly unreported the prior audit. I understand that was for Victory Village, and that was an agreement that's a all Section 8 senior housing project. In order to they had a big funding gap. In order to help them out, we entered into an agreement several years ago that they would start paying 5 years after they opened $21,000 a year for 10 years if they actually had the funding. And Finance Director Vivat, did you want to provide any more information on that?
Thank you. I appreciate that. This note was issued in 2018. At the time, we looked at it to see if it qualified for going on to the books as a receivable. Government accounting, auditing, and financial reporting requirements say that the loan that you put onto the books has to meet certain criteria in order to be able to do it. One of the key ones is it should be remembered that the governmental funds recognized receivables are as soon as they are legally enforceable. And one of the things that I noted in the note when we issued this in 2018 was that the note for $210,000 says the maker shall repay the loan in equal installments of $21,000 per year. However, if residual receipts are not sufficient in the year to make a payment, the unpaid amounts shall accrue with no interest. So at that time, I determined that this wasn't something that we could just go in and enforce because it relied on the fact that the entity had sufficient receipts in order to be able to make it. Last year, they informed us that they were going to be able to start making payments. So at that point, we decided to put the note onto the books as a receivable per the way that we interpreted the reporting standards.
Thank you. And they did make the one payment of $21,000, and if everything goes well, every year we would get $21,000 until they reached the $210,000. And at the time, for those of folks who weren't around, there was a big funding gap, and there were a lot of folks stepping up to help them, and that's a very successful project for very low income seniors out in the west end of town. So thank you, Finance Director Bivat.
I have a question.
Yes, Councilmember Garanghelli.
Okay. I love these reports, by the way. That's very interesting. But I'm always, I want to ask you a question that you could probably clarify. There's a part in the report where it says, we do not express an opinion or provide any assurance on the information because the limited procedures do not provide us with sufficient evidence to express an opinion or provide any assurances. So on one hand, in my mind, what this says, and this is where I need you to help me here, that it's a nice shiny audit, and at the same time, you're saying you're not standing behind it. Is that what that says?
Can you point me to the page?
Yeah, page 3, required supplementary information, last sentence.
Gotcha. So this particular paragraph is specific to the required supplementary information, which is management's discussion and analysis, and the pension and other post-employment benefit schedules behind the notes to the financial statements. So it doesn't cover, basically what we're saying is that for that information, we provide a limited assurance on that. We don't do an audit of those areas. We're auditing the basic financial statements, which are the middle chunk, the statements and the footnotes to the financials.
So not the entire audit, but just that one part.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You stand behind the clean audit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions from council members? Councilmember Egger?
Should we wait until the public speaks, or, I mean, but what's the process
We're
here?
being a little loosey-goosey here because generally speaking, the process would be we ask questions and I'll just so usually we would have the presentation, we ask questions, we go to the public, and then we deliberate. This one's a little different because we don't vote on anything with this. We just accept the report. So there's no action. So go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going through it, and I'm on page 8, And page 8 is the non-governmental funds debt service. Measure K debt service funds are used to account for principal and interest payments on the town's Measure K bond debts. So there's 4 listed. There's Measure K debt service from a 2008 fund, from a 2012 fund, from a 2016 fund, and then a lease agreement, CalPERS refinance. But there's no dollar amounts. Yeah, should we know what the balances are, the unpaid that we still owe, or are they all paid off?
I'm happy to answer that one. We actually have a note in the financial statements, if you go to the notes section, that describes in very good detail what all the debt is, when it was issued, what all of the payment schedules, what's going to be paid next year.
What page was that?
Long-term debt is on page 38, and there's actually 1, 2, 3, 4 pages that go into detail on the debt.
Well, there's you're talking long-term debt. It's so original loan amount. So that's for each of those 4, right?
Correct.
And this is what we still owe. So we started with what? Well, I don't see a total. I'll quickly add it up. 9, 11, and 11, 12, 4, 4, 4, 12, 15, 3, 4, 7, 8, 15, 2, 17, 2, 10, 11. So it looks like we start with 15,752,000, and the amount due, well, the balance as of June 10th, 2024 was 10,229,500. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we've paid off about 5.5 million so far of that bonded indebtedness. Okay. Do we know how far? Oh, so it's going to go out to 2020. One of them is going to be paid off in 2025. One in 2027, one in 2036, and another one in 2027. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so after 2027, we'll owe no debt of anything on there.
We'll still owe the debt that's paid off in 2036. That's the PERS refinance.
Oh, the PERS refinance is going to run till 2036.
2036, correct. I should note here that we have.
I see that. Okay.
I should note for you that all of those have specific revenue sources that pay for them. We have a pension tax that pays for the PERS refinance, and Measure K has a property tax that pays for those. So those revenue sources will go,
No, I'm just trying to figure out how much we actually owe people. That's all. Okay. What else did I need? Well, does anyone else have any questions? If someone's got some.
No. Does anyone else have any questions on the dais? Would you like us to move to public comment, or would you like to continue? Mr. Egger, do you want us to continue?
I'd like to move to public comment.
Okay, I'm just going to check though, because it looked like he had another question.
So I'm on page 49, and that's about the post-employment benefits, and it talks about the employees covered on page 49. So we have active employees, 35. Are those 35 full-time, or some full-time, some part-time?
part-time employees are not covered by OPEB benefits.
Okay, so we have 35 full-time employees.
For the count for this comment, yes.
I didn't know we had that many employees right now, but okay. Full-time employees, 35, okay. Then it says inactive employees receiving benefits, 13. Are those previously retired? employees?
Persons who have retired, yes.
They've retired 13. And then there's inactive employees entitled but not yet receiving payments, 14. Are they employees that have moved on to other jurisdictions that one day we're going to be responsible for their retirement?
The definition there is, I can't be specific about that for you. These are people who are entitled but have not either
haven't filed
signed
yet.
up for it or,
Okay. Do we have a list someplace of the 35 employees that we have? Just an employee list?
We have an annual report that we have prepared, GASB 75 report, which we provide the data to them for. The retiree benefits being paid is detailed in each monthly check registered. So those are the people who are getting paid. Active employees are those employees on our current payroll.
So we have we have 11 full-time police, or is it 12? Well, if we
have 11
position,
sworn
11 right now.
officers.
Okay.
There's
11 sworn.
18 full-time positions in the police department,
18? So there's 11 there. There's
sworn and unsworn in the police department.
but the rest are dispatchers, I guess. Right?
So there's 18 full-time equivalent
Employees.
employees in the police department.
You keep saying equivalent. Are they full-time workers or is it a combination of some part-time?
Honestly, I don't know how that works. Maybe the chief could just answer that.
Frank, there is a detail of the positions and how many people are in each of those full-time positions in the budget on page A3. And so that shows 34 and a half persons as of this budget.
The budget. Okay.
This report was done for 2 years ago.
I'm just trying to figure out how many employees are in a retirement system. But so if we've got 18 in the police and we've got, 5 in public works, 23, and then 12 more someplace.
You've got your management folks, department heads, staff, front desk people, accountant. SEIU.
Okay, so there's
yeah.
12 more. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Great. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So if it's okay with everyone, I'd like to move to public comment.
Todd Greenberg. There's an echo here. Hi, my name's Todd Greenberg. Could we start over again because of that echo? No? I guess you're going to let the clock run. I'm urging this town council not to accept this audit for numerous reasons. I'd like some clarity here. One, could the auditor explain why, as an auditor, this was not previously caught in 4 years of prior audits, this restatement of this loan? I heard the finance director's explanation, but the auditor did not catch this. Do the other audits need to be revised, and would it affect this audit? Additionally, the audit does not state that these records adhere to government accounting standards boards policies throughout. It states that they adhere to GAAP or that GAAP was utilized. Government entities in California utilize GAAP, they utilize modified GAAP, and they are required to adhere to GASB. I would like to see a statement in the town's auditor report that states that GASB was adhered to and that they have verified that these reports that, by the way, were prepared by town staff and only reviewed by the auditor, that all GASB standards had been adhered to. That needs to be clear. There is no issues in the staff report. There are issues that the town's finance director has already brought up, that Barbara Kohler has already brought up, with a $210,000 loan that was previously not reported from 2019. That's a large and material sum. There's an error on page 54 that our chief of police can probably clear up. that seems to be somebody has overlooked, referring to the Marin Major Crimes Task Force, which I believe has been disbanded.
Thank you.
I have 10 more seconds here, if I may, please.
No.
Note for the record
yeah.
that you're cutting me off early.
Sorry. Next speaker, please.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. Could you, I don't know if it would be reiterating or telling us the source of what you audited? Do you research it yourself, or does the town, as Todd said, supply you with the records that you then audit? And I think it would be nice if we could know that. I'm assuming also that you don't look at previous practices, because I believe that year, as was true previous to that for the year or two before that, that there were a lot of expenditures that were not available for public scrutiny that were bulk charges on the credit card. Also, we have an attorney who is bulk billing, and is that fine as far as you're concerned, where someone walks up and hands you a sheet of paper with an amount on it and you pay it? Does that fall into like good practices? And there are other questions as well, but I'll leave it for someone else to ask.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Council. I'm also concerned how we could miss a loan, a significant loan of $210,000. I understand if we're on an accrual basis, that should have been booked. I understand if we postpone payments back to a certain period of time, then we wouldn't be banking any revenue. But I don't see how we can ignore the loan. And it does certainly make me wonder if there's other things that we've ignored. My question to the auditor: do we take this audit that's presented back to the town from information that's supplied to the auditor by the town? Do we cross-reference in it with our single audit to the state? And again, this brings up the question of all these different grants that we're spending. And when we file years of exemptions saying that we haven't hit certain thresholds, but then different amounts like this come up, I really think that it's subject to review. And I think the auditor, if they didn't look at this, even if it's not in their direct scope of employment, would certainly hold a liability for future councils to look at this. So I'm hoping the auditor, since this has been brought to their attention, will cross-reference this with our single audit for the state also. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Yes.
Chris Kenton, Cascade. Sounds to me like revenue's up, liabilities are down. You got more money in the rainy day fund than standard. Sounds to me like you guys are doing a good job. Liesl, Stephanie, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other speakers in the room or on Zoom?
There are no speakers on Zoom.
Okay. So we're going to bring it back. This is not something that we're going to vote on or take an action on. It's just a report that's being presented to us. Staff, is there anything else we need to do on this item? And can we answer some of the questions that were presented by the public?
Just to answer the most important question I think you just asked now is, this is an independent auditor's report. We put it on the agenda because we wanted to make sure that everyone heard it. But you don't have to accept it or not accept it. It is their independent report. You don't get to change it. No one in this room or in this town can do that.
Okay. So I just wanted to check on this. I think we've had a sufficient explanation of the $210,000. I don't know if the auditor wants to add anything to that, or Mr. Vivret. If not, we're going to move on. Any other comments from council members?
A quick comment, if I may. So Mays and Associates has been our auditors for 10 years now. And what's the process for changing auditors for this next fiscal year? Is it possible that we can get the audit like mid-year rather than waiting until the end of the fiscal year. So we've got a good idea where we stand.
Usually the optimal time for being able to put out an RFP for an audit is in this time period right now for the following year, because they do all of their scheduling. They've already scheduled this next year, and we're already on the calendar for that time period.
For who? With who?
With Mays.
You mean they're going to have 11 years?
11 years, but they rotate their staff. So they have a mandatory time period that they rotate their partners. They have a mandatory time period or, practice of altering the number of the persons who are on the audit. So Whitney, I think, is the third audit partner that we've had in this process. And we see a different group of auditors each year. So it's way back in the old days, the town had Terry Craig as an auditor. He was the sole practitioner. It was appropriate in that kind of a scenario that you rotate, because there was no alternative person other than Terry to do the audit. However, with a large firm like Mays, they have enough resources to be able to provide fresh eyes to it. We are planning on going out with an RFP in the next few months for the audit of 2026, and we'll have people from the council involved in helping review and select the auditor. But it's not just a process that you can do in a short period of time. When we went out for our last RFP, it took I think it was at least 3 months in order to be able to put out the RFP, get responses back, go through the interviews. And so we need to start off by having council decide what kinds of things they want to have in an RFP.
How much more would it cost for a forensic audit versus this kind of an audit that we have here?
Forensic audit is just such a general term. Are you looking at a little small thing, a big thing? Audit personnel can cost $200 or more an hour, and I don't think that you're going to find it even cheaper than what we're paying for just a general audit from Mays. So you have to decide on the scope.
Question, and I think we got a very rough estimate, because it does depend on the scope of work. It was probably over $200,000. So I'd like to move on. We have a lot to do.
Sure. I noticed Barbara Lee, the new mayor of Oakland's calling for a forensic audit over there. So we could probably find out how much more it costs.
Thank you. Okay. I think we've discussed this topic before. We've discussed that we were going to do an RFP. We've discussed the fact that a forensic audit is usually if you discover a criminal act or something that looks criminal. So I think we've gotten some good information here. Unless there are more questions or comments, this is, sort of a
Can we move
formality.
to the
Can we move
land
on?
use element and safety element?
Yes, Barbara.
Thank you. Where did she disappear? Okay.
Okay, thank you. So we are
Thank
going
you.
to move on. And yes, I'm going to moderate the meeting myself. And I would like to give people enough time to ask the questions and make the comments they need to make before we move on. So we'll do that. But we do also need to move on in a timely fashion. So let's go on to, the land use. Are we moving to land use? I've got yes, thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to adopting a resolution to amend the land use, town center, and safety element of the general plan. So if we could have the presentation on that, that would be great.
Yeah, I'll start real quick, and then I'll pass it off to our consultant, Andrew Hill. So let me get a share screen started here. It's all right. Okay, here we go. Okay, so I'll just start by saying this is the culmination of kind of a multi-year process to update the general plan and the zoning code. So this began with the requirements by the state to update our housing element to implement RENA and other state housing requirements. So that was the first part of the project. That following up on that were general plan updates, which were kind of done, finalized at the same time. That in turn triggered updates to other parts of the general plan based on state law, and include, most importantly, possibly the safety element. And so that is what we're discussing tonight, and also some cleanups to, or more minor updates to, the land use element and the town center elements. And in the meantime, when all this was taking place, we also updated our local hazard mitigation plan to also kind of related to the safety element or safety aspects of the town. So I'm bringing all this up just to point out that all of this kind of is integrated and flows together. And so this is a really important item to kind of tie up this project and kind of bring it all together and have our general plan be consistent and ready to serve the town. So with that, I'll pass it over to Andrew.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff, and good evening, council members. So maybe next slide. Yeah, so just a bit of background to start. The town's general plan was last comprehensively updated in 2012. And as Jeff said, state law required that the housing element be updated by January 31st of 2023. And with the update to the housing element under state law, that also triggered the need to update the safety, land use, and town center elements of the general plan as well. And this project is really focused only on those elements. It's not a comprehensive update to all elements of the general plan, but really just focus on those for the purpose of bringing the plan into compliance with state law and ensuring that it's internally consistent. Also important for the safety element in particular is with this update is to incorporate the local hazard mitigation plan into the safety element. By doing that, the town remains eligible for FEMA funding. So that's an important consideration as part of this update. And I wanted to highlight that the draft update before you tonight addresses the requirements of state law, and it ensures consistency across elements, but it doesn't increase density anywhere in the town, and it doesn't allow for more or different development than is currently in the adopted general plan. So just by way of background. Originally, all of this was conceived together as one that would move together as one project and come before the town council all as one piece. However, partway through the project, in view of the statutory deadlines for the housing element and the related zoning, it was decided to split the project into two phases and focus on the housing element and the related zoning amendments first in order to meet those state mandated deadlines, and then to follow up with phase two, which was the related amendments to the safety, land use, and town center elements. And so what we're bringing before you tonight is phase two of this larger project. And so phase two really kicked off in late summer, fall last year. In October, the draft land use and safety elements were released for public comment. There was a tribal consultation period that extended from October with the release of the documents through to April of this year. There were a total of 2 meetings with tribes, and the tribes did not request any changes to the content. There were a series of 5 meetings, public meetings on these elements with the Planning Commission, including several study sessions where we received comments and feedback. All of the Planning Commission comments are captured in attachment C to your packet tonight. So they go over red lines of changes to the draft that's in your packet. At their last meeting on June 27th, the Planning Commission recommended by a vote of 5-2 that the council adopt the draft land use and safety elements with the red line changes shown in attachment C. And so the objectives of our meeting tonight are to provide you with an overview of the content of the land use and safety elements, including the recommendations of the Planning Commission, to hear public comment, and then, if appropriate, for the town council to adopt these updated elements. I'll start with an overview of the content of the safety element. So the 2012 safety element is organized around 4 key goals, which you see on the screen here. It includes maps of hazard areas and narratives discussing local conditions. There's no policies currently in the safety element regarding police protection, which is often part of a general plan element. And while the current 2012 element acknowledges climate change, there's no policies or strategies specifically addressing it. And so since 2012, a number of new requirements have come into force at the state level, which affect the content of the safety element. These include requirements to map and address fire hazard severity zones in the town, also to conduct a climate vulnerability assessment and to incorporate related strategies into the safety element. And then the third one is to complete an emergency evacuation capacity analysis. And that has 2 specific requirements. One is to identify areas of the town that don't have residential areas of the town that don't have 2 points of access onto an emergency evacuation route. And the second is to analyze the capacity of those emergency evacuation routes under a multi-hazard scenario. The element in your packet tonight addresses all of these new state requirements, and I'm going to summarize the changes that's involved. The first set of changes is around the organization of the element. So on the left of the screen, you see the 2012 goals. There's 4 of them. And on the right of the screen, you see the revised goals. Goals 1, 2, and 3 from the 2012 element are very similar. They all relate to natural hazards. And so what we've done is to consolidate them into a new goal S1 about protection from natural and human-made hazards. That allows for a certain streamlining and avoiding of duplication of policies and programs. The second goal, new goal, is about building community resilience to natural disasters and the effects of climate change. This is added to address those new requirements for addressing climate change in the safety element. The third goal is about effective emergency response, and this is also introduced to respond to new requirements under state law. And the fourth goal is about responsive police and fire services. This is not a legal requirement for the general plan, but it is common practice in California general plans to have a goal around public safety. And it's a good place for the town to, since the town makes investments in public safety and police, to articulate certain priorities through the general plan there. So that's the first set of recommended changes around the organization of the element. The next set is around refreshing the data and mapping in the element. And so the 2012 safety element includes maps for geology, areas susceptible to earthquake shaking, landslides, floodplains, and wildland urban interface zones. All of those maps have been updated with the latest available data. And then additionally, we've added a new map of the CAL FIRE delineated fire hazard severity zones. In the spring of this year, CAL FIRE issued new maps that changed those fire hazard severity zones within the town. And so the map that's in the element now reflects that newest data. We've also added maps for liquefaction susceptibility and emergency evacuation routes and capacity to address new state requirements. This is a quick look at the maps. On the left, you see the new fire hazard severity zones. In the middle, you see the FEMA flood hazard areas and the wildland urban interface map. Consulting with Ross Valley Fire, they recommend keeping this map. They think that in the coming years, this map may be revised to sync with the new CAL FIRE hazard maps, but for the moment, it hasn't changed, and so they recommended incorporating it into the element. And then another set of recommendations is around those requirements to address wildfire in the general plan. And so a series of new programs and policies have been added, drawing on best practices recommended by CAL FIRE. And so, for example, we've included a program about coordinating with MMWD to ensure adequate water supply for for fire suppression. So this would involve sharing information on new developments so that the MMWD is aware of where development is happening and planned. There's also a recommendation to add collaboration with other jurisdictions on post-disaster recovery planning. And then also as part of this update, we've added new policies and programs to address resiliency. So the town's local hazard mitigation plan, which was adopted last year, contains a climate vulnerability assessment and a lot of information on hazards and past events. What we've done is to incorporate the local hazard mitigation plan by reference into the safety element. What that means is it becomes part of the general plan, and that can efficiently incorporate the required information into the safety element. So it's an efficient way of meeting state requirements. And then additionally, we've added some new policies to complement measures in the local hazard mitigation plan and help build resilience to climate change. And so you can see some examples on the screen here, policies about ensuring that road surfaces on evacuation routes can withstand extreme weather conditions and increased traffic, a policy around building community awareness of where the major evacuation routes are and the emergency notification systems, and then continuing to make use of the countywide alert systems. And then additionally, with respect to the emergency evacuation requirements, the Marine Wildfire Prevention Authority has developed a scenario planning tool to help local jurisdictions meet those new requirements. So that tool evaluates evacuation difficulty in various communities in Marin County, considering three factors. So it considers the presence of fire fuels in the community, flammable vegetation essentially. It considers roadway conditions such as slope and geometry or lack of intersections that can inhibit evacuation or inhibit fire protection personnel from accessing areas. And the third factor it considers is communications difficulty. So for example, areas of the town with limited cell phone coverage or low registrations in Alert Marin or large senior populations. And so on the basis of all of those factors, this tool helps to prioritize areas of the town that are most difficult to evacuate so that policies and programs to facilitate evacuation from those areas can be identified. And this map shows those areas of the town based on an aggregate score of within the scenario planning tools. It shows the areas that are most difficult to evacuate. And in Fairfax, these are generally concentrated in hillier areas with winding roads, as you can see. And so based on these results then, we've added new policies and programs under Goal 3 in the safety element for emergency response. Examples of those include studying the feasibility of using technology to help improve response for residents, the town, and Ross Valley Fire. Increasing Alert Marin registrations in areas with the greatest evacuation difficulty, and identifying strategies to ensure efficient access onto main routes during evacuation events. And then additionally, town staff reviewed the 2012 safety element and identified several programs that have been completed. And so they're listed here. Those ones have been deleted because they're completed and not carried forward into the new element. So that was a quick look at the content of the safety element, and moving on now to the land use and town center elements. The 2012 land use element it contains a robust framework of policies and programs that are organized around 9 goals. And these are really focused on the principles of transit-oriented development and traditional neighborhood design. And then additionally, there's a town center element that complements both the land use and the circulation elements of the general plan and provides direction for a future town center area plan. Both of these elements describe a clear vision for Fairfax as a community with a village-like quality, with a distinct center, neighborhoods, and large areas of visible open space in and surrounding the community. Now, As I mentioned, the housing element update triggers the need to review the land use and town center elements for internal consistency with other elements. The land use elements also has its own requirements under state law. The town center element is an optional element, and so there's nothing in state law that dictates the content of the town center element per se, other than that it has to be consistent, internally consistent with other elements of the general plan. One other factor driving the need to update the town center element has to do with the resolution passed by the town council in 2017. That resolution clarified that the town is not exploring or considering the closure of Bolinas Road, and that it wasn't going to continue development of a town center plan that was underway at that time. There's a need to clarify those aspects and bring the town center element into consistency with that ordinance. That's another factor driving the need to update the town center element. So looking at the 2012 land use element, it uses various terms without clearly defining them: the Fairfax planning area, urban service boundary, and the sphere of influence. It also discusses annexation, but it isn't clear about the role of LAFCO in annexation. And so what we've done with this update is to clarify all of those things. We've included a map that clearly shows the town limits, the sphere of influence, and designated open spaces to clarify that. And there's text about the role of LAFCO in annexations as well. Additionally, another legal requirement for the land use element is that it include statements of density and intensity for various land use districts. The 2012 element doesn't have those statements. Typically, they're called land use classifications. They describe the type of land uses and the permitted density range or the permitted floor area ratio range, and then that in turn is implemented by the zoning code. Those land use classifications were not included in the 2012 element, and so we've added them to bring the general plan into consistency with state law. And so now the proposed land use designations mirror the language in the zoning code. There's no additional increase in density or floor area ratio. It's just straight ensuring compliance with state law by adding those classifications and tying them very closely to the zoning. And then we've also, with this element, done a reorganization of the goals. So you can see on the left are the goals from the 2012 element, and on the right are the goals from the proposed draft. Goals 2 and 3 in the 2012 element actually don't have any policies or programs associated with them. They just point to the open space and conservation elements of the general plan. So there's no real need for them since that content is already in other places in the general plan. Goal 4 is about wildfire, but we've already included a robust goal in the safety element dealing with wildfire, and so there's no need for that one here. Goal 1 and Goal 9 from the 2012 element are very closely related. What we've done is to keep those but consolidate them into new Goal 1, which is about preserving and protecting the natural and open space resources that define Fairfax and contribute to local character. Goal 5 and Goal 8 were also combined and reframed as a new goal about promoting a compact urban footprint and a sustainable development pattern. And then finally, we've added a new goal about the town center element and to goal number 3, which is strengthen the role of the town center area as the commercial and cultural focal point of community life. And we've taken the content from the town center element and relocated it under this new goal. And so what I want to highlight here is the 2012 town center element goals and policies really provide guidance for the preparation of a future town center area plan. And they identify desired features and amenities within that plan. The content really overlaps a lot with programs and policies that are under Goal 7 in the 2012 land use element. And then additionally, housing element program 1A calls for the preparation of a town center plan. And so what we've done is to take that guidance for the future town center plan and relocate it under the new Goal 3 in the land use element. So the content is not being lost, it's rather being transferred into the land use element for the purpose of consolidation. Now, there are some of the content of the 2012 town center element does conflict with the newly adopted housing element and with state law, some limits on building heights, for example. And so those handful of policies have been removed to ensure internal consistency. But other than that, the content of the town center element is really just being relocated into the land use element under that new Goal 3. And then, so as I mentioned, the Planning Commission reviewed these draft elements at a series of study sessions and hearings. All of the Commission's recommendations are summarized in Attachment C, and we've shown them in strike through and red lines so you can see the changes that they're proposing. Essentially, the bulk of the changes recommended by the Planning Commission are clarifications and amplifications of information, but there are a handful of more substantive comments, which I've summarized here. For example, the Commission recommended that a new policy be added into the draft safety element regarding post-fire recovery. So there is a new policy that in the draft that specifically talks about post-fire recovery. The Commission's recommendation was to broaden that so that it referenced post-disaster recovery, not just fire. Another recommendation from the Planning Commission was that a new program involving an evaluation of potential funding mechanisms to facilitate the undergrounding of utilities be added to the safety element. A third recommendation is that the draft contained some references to establishing neighborhood watch programs, and the Commission thought that wasn't necessarily needed in Fairfax, and so specific references to neighborhood watch have been removed. And then a fourth recommendation was around identifying supplemental sources of emergency water supply for fire suppression. There was a program about that in the 2012 element. Identifying sources of water supply is not something that's specifically in the town's purview. It's really MMWD or Ross Valley Fire. So the draft element had removed that policy, but the Planning Commission felt it was important to continue, and so their recommendation was to maintain it. And then a final recommendation was around the new program LU 311 in the land use element regarding the preparation of a future town center area plan. That program identifies several key aspects that the plan should consider, and the Commission recommended also adding comprehensive parking management as an important consideration and component of a future town center area plan.
Sorry, I'm looking for, I see a lot of the Planning Commission changes in the staff report, but when you say that in the red line version, are those the ones that are like highlighted? Because I just have black and white and I don't see strikeouts, or where is it? Is it the ones that are highlighted, that are shaded, that have been added per the?
Yeah, we don't get color copies.
Okay.
But when I think of red line, I think of like strikeouts, and I don't see any of that. I just see shaded rows on the matrix. Are those the ones that were added in response to the Planning Commission?
Yes, it's this memo that's dated July 8th. If you can see it, it should be attachment C in your packet. And I don't know if you got a color copy, but the one I have here.
Don't get any color copies.
Oh,
yeah, right.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me see the memorandum that specifies the proposed changes and the answers. But yeah, it's a little hard to identify some things that have the color.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand. So will these be, I see the memo, I see, thank you. So that will they be integrated into the program matrix. Is that
Yes,
right?
that's that's as part of the council action tonight, what we'd like to hear from you is direction to integrate any or all of the
Got it.
planning commission's
Okay.
recommended changes. And then if you have other thoughts on things that need to be changed for adoption,
you.
I'd like to hear them as well. And anyway, just to follow up, following publication of the packet, we received some other clarifying comments that are listed on this slide. There's some references in the element to the Community Emergency Preparation Committee, which is now defunct. There's a specific program that also references that committee, so that those should be deleted. And then there's the reference to the number of fire stations in the Ross Valley Fire Department's jurisdiction to be revised from 4, which it says now, to 3, because the town of Ross station was permanently closed on July 1st. So those are some additional clarifications that should be made. Just to point out that for the purpose of CEQA, the proposed land use and safety elements do not increase development capacity or permit development in any new areas beyond what's currently in the adopted general plan. The updates are made really for consistency with other elements of the general plan and state law. And so as a result, adopting these elements would not introduce any new or substantially more adverse impacts than previously analyzed in the housing element EIR. And therefore, an addendum to the housing element EIR has been prepared to satisfy the requirements of CEQA. And so the recommended action tonight would be for the council to conduct a public hearing and, if appropriate, to adopt an addendum to the housing element EIR to repeal the 2012 safety, land use, and town center elements, and to adopt the draft safety and land use elements to replace them. And as I said, we're looking for direction from the council to incorporate any or all of the recommendations from the Planning Commission, as well as if you have other recommendations on edits that need to be made for adoption. So with that, I'm happy to answer any question.
Right. Okay, so yeah, time for questions. And I just wanted to point out that this is a public hearing. I didn't say opening public hearing at the beginning because it wasn't on the agenda as a public hearing, but it is. And that will be what we go to when we actually take public comments. So let's move. Council member questions. Sorry. Okay, Council member Hellman, and then Council member Kohler.
Oh, I have none. I already sent my comments in.
Thank you. This is really good work, and I really appreciate the suggestions or recommendations from the Planning Commission on the new program S1.18.1, the work with the fire department to identify additional sources of local water supply in Fairfax. I'm just curious, was there any discussion about like why that's limited to the fire department and not inclusive of Marin Water and, for example, the Meadow Club, which I think they have wells and obviously water to water the golf course.
Yeah, so there is already a policy about coordinating with MMWD. And so the new policy recommendation from the Planning Commission would be to supplement that policy, in addition to coordinating with MMWD, also to work with Ross Valley Fire to identify additional sources. And I think there was some concern that maybe MMWD wasn't focused enough on Fairfax, wasn't going to that the town and Ross Valley Fire would have a better understanding of local conditions and what potential additional supplemental sources could be available, and so that particular program would be needed to supplement coordination with MMWD.
I have some questions.
Okay, Councilmember Garanghelli.
I'm just looking at the series of meetings that the Planning Commission held. October 17th, 2024, the town of Fairfax held a study session to introduce the proposed updates. Then it goes to February 10th, 2025, a study session was scheduled. So April 17th, the public hearing was scheduled, but due to light attendance by the public, the commission requested a special study session. So May 29th, the study session to allow for public input and discussion by the Planning Commission. Curious as to what the attendance, the one that you had, the first one was light attendance, so it was pushed. So it looks to me like the actual first session was May 29th to allow for public input. And my question is, what was the attendance on that night? Was that a big, well-attended meeting? And before you answer that, June 26th, the hearing was held and the Planning Commission voted to forward their recommendations to the Town Council for approval. So I'm just kind of curious. It looks to me like they met once in front of the public. Did they have any attendance there or any input?
They did meet 5 times. They heard the presentation in some manner about 5 times. And they did, at the first meeting, it was rather late. And so they did not hear public comments, but at the other 4 meetings, there were all public commenters in the meeting room who stood up and made comments and online. I don't specifically remember the numbers, but it was anywhere from 5 to 10 people.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going by what was written here. And the other question I had was just to understand the process here. Are we making a safety element that is actually safe for our citizens? Or are we making a plan to satisfy state requirements?
Well, I think it's both. I think that there's a lot of policies and programs that have been included in the new safety element that really do focus on specific local conditions. There's a lot of analysis that went into, areas that are difficult to evacuate, what are the causes of those difficulties, and there's programs and policies to address those specific difficulties around evacuation, for example. There's a consideration of, the new flood data, the new fire data. There's an incorporation of best practices for the design of new housing and the design of sites that are in high fire hazard areas. So they really do consider local conditions. So I think all of these things are a benefit to the residents of Fairfax, and they satisfy the requirements of state law.
Okay. Yeah. And also, I think one important thing that we mentioned early on is the integration of the local hazard mitigation plan, which is kind of this document that sits outside the general plan. But the updates to the safety element kind of like bring that in to the general plan so that they're kind of integrated, so that if there is a natural disaster, or we want to get some disaster mitigation funding, then we have all of those documents integrated and makes it easier to get funding resources.
Okay. I'll have more comments later, but thank you.
Okay, I'd like to ask a clarification on something that he just asked about. So there's a relationship between this and FEMA funding? And what is that like? If we approve it or don't approve it, what happens?
I can try to explain that, and Andrew can correct me if I'm off base, but basically, particularly if we integrate the local hazard mitigation plan into the general plan and they're related and tied together, then that makes us eligible for additional funding from FEMA and other grant resources, primarily through state OES. So it makes us eligible for additional funding resources.
So right now, we would not be eligible for those resources without.
We'd be eligible for some, but we wouldn't be eligible for the full percentage of resources. So we'd only be eligible for like part of if we were to request $1 million, we may only get 50% of it. So we would be able to get more mitigation funds and more recovery funds.
Right. So not approving it would mean that we'd have less funds, which would impact residents.
Correct.
negatively.
And it would also make us less competitive for funds.
Okay, thank you. Other council member questions, or probably questions down, comments after public?
I just want to, forgive me, Mayor, but I want to provide a little background because the council subcommittee started working on this last year. And one of the things I suggested, being Marin wildfire, was we were in the midst of doing an evacuation tool. Also, as Chair Marin LAFCO, there was a lot of connections, and one thing that was missing from, I said, forgive me, Mayor,
Okay, but I just
from
want to
the
say that I've fought
presentation
really
was the
difficult with
back.
other council
I
members
get
for
it.
not making a question. And
Okay, what's missing is just there was a lot of coordination with a lot of other agencies to put this together, and I appreciate that.
thank you. Okay, other questions from council members? Okay, and I'm not trying to be rude, but I have asked other council members to stay within the bounds, so I'm just trying to be equal with everyone. If we do not have any more questions, and then we will have comments from council members, but if we can move on to public comment now, that would be great. So if the first speaker could approach the podium.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, wondering if all of the town council members have watched the meeting that the Planning Commission conducted to address this safety element recently. I know that Councilman Ager was there, but if the rest of you have not listened to that entire meeting, you might not be aware that most of the Planning Commission had serious questions about this. Misgivings, in fact. They did not approve and they did not accept many of what the explanations offered were by Diane and Basha. They only moved this forward. This meeting went till approximately 1 a.m. I was the sole, unlike what the Diane and Basha representative here just represented, I was the sole member of the public that was there at that late hour. They chose to put it forward only because it was at a late hour, only because they presumed that the council would do what it wanted to do anyway. So I would think it would be irresponsible of you to not incorporate what their expressed concerns are, and that you need to go back and watch that meeting and make your own notes and not rely upon what Diane and Basha is saying on what the misgivings are here. And I'll tell you why. Because Diane and Basha, the Planning Commission members have been very concerned about having been misled, as maybe some of you have been misled. Related to School Street Plaza, where initially 175 units were approved that you voted for in the housing element. And lo and behold, now it's 243 units. Diane and Basha's representative here explained, well, that's because both local and state density bonus are stacked on top of each other, but that wasn't explained properly to them. So do you really understand what you're about to vote on, is what I'm asking? And otherwise, it's irresponsible of you to accept this. All right? There's 68 more units.
Sorry, Mayor, that's time. The volume is not.
Thank you. Can we move to the next speaker, please?
Hello, council. I'm gonna get an echo. All right. Todd's last comment was really correct. And so I've always wondered if the council and planning commission did not take the time to understand, articulate, or actually question what additional bonuses would come through. I understand that you accepted 175 units, you got 243. So I do question how that came about, if it was not properly represented to you, or if you do not properly ask the questions of your paid consultant so you would have that information. As for the overall safety component of this element, I'd like to go through the numbers. In 2006, I offered to buy the 2 parcels on Forest Avenue to give back to the town as a permanent safety egress for the Forest Avenue Hill. Barbara's intent on selling that, even though it's our public space. 2014, I met with the water district to put a cistern on my property, again for fire resilience, that would hold 100 acre-feet of water for our community, collected since my property is a natural bioswale. 2006, I also proposed where my tennis court area is, excavating that down 17.2 feet for a total of 66,000 square feet surface, an acre and a half, to provide 22.5 acre feet water retention for floods for our community and others. And last but not least, when you entered into the Meadow Creek project, I also offered my bridge free and clear to this town. It was then kicked back. How much land would I give around it? I offered to give the land to the north, which is the stairs going up to the shopping center and the land underneath it. The quote from the council at that time from that mayor was, no, we would not accept a free gift of the bridge because, quote unquote, it could help me.
Thank you so much. Can you finish?
These things in the past, one last thing, Pacheco Avenue used to have a bridge. Again, that would be the safety egress for the entire town.
Okay,
And that again
great.
has been presented to this council
you.
and the fire department.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Cindy Swift, and I'm speaking here as a private citizen. I ask that you not approve these elements tonight. You do not have a full draft in front of you of the elements as they would be written. Neither element has identified, while these were required to have changes made to them based on the housing element, the elements were fully rewritten. Neither element has identified responsible parties nor timeframes as the previous elements had and the current housing element has. Because my time here is short, I worked through the July 8th memos, and speaking of the safety element, we don't address business resiliency. We don't adequately address the issue of cell coverage, dead zones throughout the town, nor the process of mapping them and the task of mapping them and going forward with that. We deleted a task from the current safety element that addresses developing a post-disaster ordinance addressing how residences are rebuilt and made whole in light of the fact that most of our housing stock predates our zoning code. The change to S3.9 states that Alert Marin is used to let residents know of extreme weather conditions and or the need to evacuate. This doesn't address the full use of Alert Marin, so is confusing. The safety element focuses attention on vulnerable areas and neighborhoods with constrained emergency access. But the reality is it should equally focus on every part of the town, as every part of the town is vulnerable to different disasters. I feel we can finish these elements in-house, make them more relevant and responsive to our community needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. FEMA funding? Kiss that goodbye. Are you kidding me? Number one, we're still waiting from 2006 for reimbursement from FEMA for stuff that we did after the flood. Proactive grants from FEMA? Good luck with that. Evacuation study. I was looking for some like objective chart, something talking about like, well, if you're here, we expect it's going to take you X amount of time to evacuate to this point, from that point. Nothing like that was in there. I talked to a guy a few weeks ago. It took him an hour and a half to get from Fairfax at Creek and Bolinas to Marin General in the afternoon. An hour and a half. People in the morning talk about an hour plus to get to the freeway. You really think that like people are going to be waiting for people to be evacuating from the hills before they leave the downtown area? I mean, I'm looking for an evacuation study. There's nothing. There's nothing objective. The other question I have is why wasn't this posted, this report, why wasn't this posted earlier on the town website for the meeting? It's 100+ pages. If you were just looking at the meeting and then going to see what the documentation was, the odds that you were going to read a 100-page report in 3 days and comprehend it are pretty minimal. And also, I didn't see anything specifically that's talking about the accountability for what happened when you rezoned the downtown area to put in hundreds of units.
Thank you. Next, please.
Is that on? Louis Permain, Fairfax. I have some questions and some comments. It seems to me that the safety element pretty much glosses over evacuation. I mean, it pays it a nod, but when can we really know when an actual evacuation plan is going to be put into effect? Because it is not in what we just saw presented. When are we going to do a capacity study on the streets so that we can know what the capacity is in the event of an evacuation? When are we going to know that? Did you really mean to lift the height restrictions completely in the town center? Did you really mean to do that so that some developer could come in and say, hey, we want to go 12 stories, we want to go 15. And your general plan does not prohibit that from happening. Whereas before, you were limited to 3 stories. I don't understand why that was reduced. There's no contemplation in the safety element that will require a real look at the equipment we have now for emergencies, particularly fire, and especially in the event of, in the event that we have these high-rise buildings.
Thank you. Okay, are there people online that would like to speak or other people in the room?
There are 4 raised hands on Zoom.
Great.
The first speaker is Kay, followed by Stephen. Kay, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, Town Council. In regards to the safety element, you all did see and know that we are a high-risk fire zone. And you all know, all the red, that we have narrow, windy hills. I'd like to again, please recognize a third of our population is going to be over 65. All the studies, all the recent wildfires have shown the majority of deaths are with seniors. They cannot, due to either disabilities of getting to the car, inability, communication errors, or cognitive issues. Again, and I brought it up at Planning Commission, I brought it up at another safety element thing. There's no address, you have not addressed them at all. And that your whole plan is to have seniors register with the police department in a case of a wildfire is so, I'm sorry, so ridiculous. Because what do you really think our police are going to be doing in the middle of a wildfire? You think they're really going to be checking off seniors and going to knock on our doors? San Anselmo, they just did theirs. I heard them. They are planning, they're studying, they've got grants, and they have put their seniors in their safety housing element. I love that Mike asked. He asked, are we making a plan for our community? No, because a third of our community has not been addressed and forgotten. Cindy Swift, you need to listen to her. That woman came prepared. She is always prepared. She always makes sense. So I really hope that you don't adopt this tonight and continue to work on this. Don't let this be another one of your policies that you
Thank you,
put in
Kay.
and don't know
Thank
what
you.
you're doing,
Thank you.
period.
Can we move on to the next speaker?
The next speaker is Stephen, followed by Cindy. Stephen, you may unmute yourself.
I'd like to second the previous speaker. You need to listen to Cindy. She is well prepared. I have a couple of comments. One is that in terms of the height limitation, I should have called San Anselmo to find out, but I understand they still have a 3-story limitation. Were we, in fact, required to remove all height limitation on any development in town? Second, related to that is that Riley Hurd was quoted in the newspaper as saying that, in fact, the developer of School Street Plaza has the right to put in 350 units, not 243 that they are talking about at the moment. I don't know. It seems to me like somehow or other we made ourselves very vulnerable to all sorts of incredible density. Done.
Is that it?
The next
Okay.
speaker is Cindy, followed by an iPhone user. Cindy, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Cindy Ross, the other Cindy in town. And I got a screenshot before from the PowerPoint, and one of the bullet points said new policies and programs were added that complement the measures in the LHMP and provide a long-term framework to guide town actions. Right underneath that, the first bullet point says ensuring road surfaces on evacuation routes can withstand extreme weather conditions and increasing traffic, S 3.5. And I just want to say, really, I in 2006, I had a fire at my house. I live on Lansdale Avenue near Fairfax Plaza, across from Good Earth, and near the entrance to the Marin Town and Country Club. With emergency vehicles, people couldn't get out of the club. Thankfully, everybody was okay. It was only one house that was involved, but it's had me terrified, as is, you know, what would happen if there was an evacuation emergency in the area. And now that we're talking about the potential for an inappropriately huge apartment complex, are our roads, are our evacuation routes going to be able to accommodate hundreds, thousands of extra cars? I mean, I just, you need to pay attention instead of just making reports. Take the safety of actual people and actual conditions here in Fairfax into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is an iPhone user, and you are unmuted.
Hello, Deborah Benson, Cascades, Fairfax. I did attend the Planning Commission meetings, and the only council member I saw there was Mr. Ager. There were a lot of questions raised about this town center element and the safety element, and I would also agree with Todd that if you all haven't watched that meeting, since you didn't attend, you should. Cindy brought up a lot of valid points. I think you're not ready to pass this thing. I spoke to one of the Marin Fire people who's going around telling people what they can do to make themselves safe, and asked about evacuation plans. And his answer was, "Oh, the police are going to hold everybody in the flats back until they evacuate the hills." Well, a few years ago, there was a fire in a house on Crest Road, and people in the hills were going back and forth, blocking fire trucks from access. We need a real evacuation plan, and we don't have one. So I think passing this is incredibly premature. You got to go back to the drawing board, make it complete, and keep us safe. And as far as adding as many new units as you're talking about with this horrendous building. My girl graduated from high school in 2007 from Drake, and graduation was put off for 2 hours because a car hit a tree on Sir Francis Drake, and the entire town from Fairfax through San Anselmo was a parking lot from people trying to get places. It was a parking lot for over an hour, and that was just a graduation. Imagine a fire. You're not ready for this. Please take it back and study it more. Thank you.
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay, so we're going to bring it back to the council and close the public hearing. And comments or additional questions from council members at this time.
Yeah, I'd like to address the height issue.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Councilmember Hellman and then Councilmember Egger. So let's you and then
first.
No, I tried to catch whoever I could see first. So I'm just trying to make sure I get mention that I saw you and that you will.
Well, okay. So I attended all the planning commission meetings, and I spent about 5 hours going over this plan in the past few days. Assembly Bill 747 was authored by Marin's Assembly member Mark Levine. It originally passed in 2019 and is now in effect 6 years later. It requires all 482 California cities to approve a fire evacuation plan for their communities. It includes lists the areas where the neighborhoods have one road in and one road out. Fairfax has at least 9 neighborhoods with one road in and one road out. But none of this is showing up in the plan. But in looking at the needs of meeting AB 747, Fairfax needs to list how many homes have to be evacuated, how many people have to be evacuated, how many vehicles will have to drive out, and how many residents will need assistance to evacuate because of either age or disability. The safety element that I went through lists 98 policies that need to be modified. That's what it said in the element. And 194 policies to be deleted or replaced or upgraded. We need a clean copy with all these policies. We need a real evacuation study similar to what KLD did for the Sonoma Developmental Center, one that gives us actual estimates of the amount of time it will take to evacuate Fairfax. KLD evacuation report said it would take 5 to 9 hours to evacuate neighborhoods in the Glen Ellen area where the Sonoma Developmental Center is. I was here in 1945 when the county of Marin was preparing to evacuate the whole town of Fairfax, the southwest side, because of a wildland fire coming over the hill from the top of the ridge and from Kent Lake. The wind shifted, the fire ran, and the fire ran around the back of Lagunitas. My father, with me in the car, drove out to the second concrete bridge on Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. The fire had burned right down to the road, and in one spot where it did cross the road, it died at the creek. The creek was to block the fire. Over my lifetime, I fought 2 wildland fires as a volunteer. The first Creighton Ridge fire in Cazadero, and then the Hanley fire as a 3rd firefighter on a Marin County fire engine. We actually saved the Mark West Springs Lodge that year. That was 1964. Fire follows fire. It happened in Fairfax in 45, and it will happen again. The safety element we need to know the fire hydrant pressures in the hillsides around here. The last time the Ross Valley Fire representative was here, I asked about the fire hydrants, and they said they test them every year. Well, we need to see part of our safety element, a list of all the fire hydrants. They've all got a number of fire hydrants and their pressures in the hills, so that we don't end up like Altadena and Pacific Palisades, where when they hooked the engines up to the fire hydrants, there was not enough pressure down there. Here in Fairfax, 4 of the 7 WHO sites that allow housing towers are in the highest fire hazard zone. With that happening, we're going to need a ladder truck. The safety element doesn't address what kind of fire equipment we need to protect our town. And if in fact we're going to have those high-rise housing towers, not necessarily high-rise, up to 7 stories, then we need a ladder truck here that's going to be able to reach almost 100 feet to be able to evacuate people. I attended the Firewise hearing we did at Fairfax, and Todd Lando was given the program. And when someone in the audience asked about what are you going to do about evacuating people out of, they did mention School Street Plaza, but the chief said, the battalion chief said, it's going to be built to the highest, strictest fire standards, and we're recommending people shelter in place. I'm just really concerned that this safety element is woefully inadequate. I think it's got to go back to the drawing board, and we've got to get more information in here. We have to find out just how we're going to evacuate this town when the next wildland fire hits. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hellman?
Yeah, I just thank you, Frank. I just want to address the height issue because there seems to be some confusion around that. Would you mind addressing that head on or just in the downtown?
Well, the height limit in the zoning ordinance is 28.5 feet. And there are an exception to that if you have the workforce housing overlay and there's at least 25% affordable housing, then you can exceed that height. And then there's a state density bonus that then also allows waivers to height if there's a 25% affordable housing. So the state kind of trumps all of our zoning regulations and allows whatever height's necessary to get the density.
Okay, so that's not being introduced tonight. That's just
No.
That's just existing.
It's existing. It's state law. It's existing state law. It has nothing to do with our regulations or the general plan.
Whether we pass this or not, that's the way it is.
Correct.
Right. So just following up on that, I'm sorry, you continue your
No,
question.
that's okay. I just wanted, because I was looking for something. I thought, well, what did I miss here? But it's not in here. It's just the way it is.
So you can't speak to the comment that somebody said that San Anselmo still has some sort of their height restrictions in their safety element or what have you.
I do not know anything about San Anselmo's regulations.
Yeah, just curious. All right. So I'm going to move on to Councilmember Kohler.
Yeah, I think there's kind of a misunderstanding about what is included in the elements versus specific plans. So, for example, we have an emergency operations plan which the police manage, which talks about our mutual threat zones. In the event of a disaster, fires, usually fighting fires, and police do the best they can to evacuate each of the mutual threat zones. Back in 2019, I convened the Citizens Disaster Council, and I called for something unique, which they said couldn't be done, which was community-friendly evacuation maps, because a community person cannot read the mutual threat zone maps. That doesn't help me how to get out. And so Todd Lando and Michael St. John, who does search and rescue for the county, found a professor in UC Irvine who'd done tsunami maps for Laguna Beach, which is very similar to Fairfax, one way in, one way out. And they took those and created basically a model that started in Fairfax, communicating with Novato, and we mailed those maps to every Fairfax resident. They're online through our website, but primarily through FireSafe Marin. QR codes, you can download them to your phones. Not perfect. But as far as evacuation plans, one of the things I was trying to say earlier in my comments, we're not going to have safety element. Let's go back to the 2012 general plan that I believe Lou Tremaine signed as mayor. There were goals in that general plan rather than specific plans. And I know, having been involved shortly after that, that many of those things never got done. And I think what we have now with the goals in the safety element as well as the land use element is things we can actually accomplish rather than promising a lot that didn't get done. So I'm kind of, sitting here confused at, we're in wildfire, which passed by a huge number of the voters, is doing a lot of the work on evacuation risk assessment, on looking at capacity on roads, how much the road can take from heat. A lot of this is in the safety element, which I read, as well as the land use element. So I think there's kind of a general misunderstanding. We're not going to have the detailed plans in here. And I would hope that by moving forward with these documents, now we will actually, now that we have more staff, because there wasn't a lot of staff for a number of years, is we will commit to actually making these things happen. And it may not be that the town of Fairfax does that, but it may be that we work through Marin Wildfire, through Ross Valley Fire. I guess I'm just sort of sitting here thinking there's some expectation that all these detailed plans will be in the safety element, but these are really goals that we want to accomplish. And so I'm kind of confused at the comments and the discussions. And my understanding is the Planning Commission made recommendations to the council. And if we move forward with these tonight, one of the things you want to hear is, do we agree with those recommendations? And I personally do. I read through all of them, even though I'd like to see color in the future, but I could see shading, so I could tell where they were. But I think we're at a good place, and I think we need to really commit to make these things happen. One of the things we did last year when I convened the Citizens Disaster Council was we did update our emergency operations plan. We had Stephen Torrance from OES, Office of Emergency Services, there, but they have a goal to do these things on kind of a county-wide basis. So there was just some updates that we could do in-house, and Stephen Torrance has committed to work with our police chief, Tabaranza, sitting in the back, as well as our Chief Mahoney, a fire chief, to make sure that when the countywide EOPs, similar to what happened with the local hazard mitigation plan, get done, that they will be more state of the art than what we have by each of us doing these individual plans. So I just want to focus again. We're looking at goals, and I think that's where we are. So I don't know where the rest of the council is, but I'm just a little confused at some of the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Garangilli.
Yes, thank you. With all due respect, I don't think we're looking at goals. I think we're looking at people and the safety of people and the people we represent, which are the citizens. And you can't separate the safety element from the general plan and all the things that have happened with that. in my estimation, the reason why people are so up in arms in our town is the state, I don't believe, cares about the safety of our citizens. They don't care about our senior population. They don't care about our children. They don't care about Fairfax. They only care about their mandates, forcing increased population that our town cannot support safely. Earlier, we talked about the bridge. It was about safety. And we needed to get that bridge done. Well, and this is the reverse of that. We're taking steps in this town to increase the risk to our citizens. We can't provide safety for our current residents that live here, let alone forced developments yet to come. I said earlier about the safety, and that's what drives my decision making. But this safety element doesn't meet that standard by any stretch. This is an exercise to follow the expectations and mandates and the command of the state. Citizens be damned. So that's where I'm thinking about this safety element.
Okay, so I just wanted to go back to make sure that I understand more fully. This is, it seems like high-level goals that refer to more specific plans, like the local hazard mitigation plan and the work of the different agencies that are doing the more detailed plans. So we should not expect to say have a detailed evacuation study in this document because that's not the purpose of this document, right?
That's correct. I would just to amplify that, I would say the general plan is meant to be a general plan, a high level document. Under state law, it can only be modified, 4 times in a year. It's meant to be like a big heavy ship, and it points in a direction, but it doesn't make quick turns and quick changes. For that reason, it's implemented by a series of other plans, like the town's emergency operation plan that does have a lot of detail about how first responders will behave, how the town will coordinate with other agencies in the region in the event of an emergency. And specifically, that plan has a lot of details in it because it's not tied to the same limitations on the number of times a year you can update it. It can be dynamic. So just to clarify a little bit further, the general plan is meant to be that high-level direction-setting plan, but it's implemented by a series of many other more specific plans that have more flexibility and more focus.
Okay, so I guess what I'm seeing is people are expecting this to be the be-all and end-all of safety plans without seeing that it's basically a high-level goal-setting document that refers to a number of more specific activities, agencies, and plans that actually spell some of those things out. One of the things that I just wanted to mention is I did attend the evacuation drill in Mill Valley, which was very impressive, and spent quite some time with a gentleman who had modeling software and sat with me and went through modeling different scenarios for evacuating Fairfax. And it seems like it's a fluid and dynamic type of exercise where, if the wind's coming from this direction and the fire's coming from here, we're going to evacuate this way. If it's coming here and it's going over there, then we're going to do something a little bit different. And he was able to map the flows of how long it would take to get people out of different specific neighborhoods, as well as the entire town in the event of a fire coming from X direction or Y direction. So that is feasible. I mean, we could look at that. I'm not sure where we're at with that. I know the chief was also there, and we were both kind of at different times looking at that. But that's not what this document is necessarily about, is that very specific software-driven modeling of like how we could get ourselves out of here at what number of hours it would take or minutes or what have you.
Right? Yes, that's correct. So the specific law that that analysis is addressing is AB 747, and it requires an analysis of the capacity of evacuation routes under multi-hazard scenarios. And it doesn't say how you need to do that analysis, which particular tool you need to use. And so there's many different ways to skin that cat. The decision of many Marin County jurisdictions was to use this scenario planning tool that was developed by Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority, which is what we used. It's based on local data collected by the Prevention Authority, and it considers local conditions. And it is a tool that was specifically designed to help Marin County jurisdictions satisfy this requirement and do locally targeted analysis for their safety elements.
So we are using that, or we are not?
We did use that,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, great. So that was exciting. I'd love to have a demonstration of that here, just because I think people would be very excited to see it. A couple of other questions. So let's see. We talked about the height restrictions already. I did want to mention that, for better or for worse, the state wants us to build 400 or have built 490 units. So that's considerably more than the 243 that would be at School Street Plaza. And it seems that much of that, some of that was addressed in the EIR for the housing element. But, it's definitely, there's questions if, there's going to be any additional work looking at safety as we, whatever happens with our housing element unfolds. I know we can't really talk a lot about the housing element right now, but people seem to be very concerned about how is the increase in population and potentially traffic being addressed in the context of this safety element, and how does that connect with what we addressed in the EIR for the housing element?
Well, I was going to, maybe Jeff can step in with more detail, but as individual projects come forward, those specific proposals are reviewed by the fire department, by the police department, with very site-specific considerations, and the recommendations of the public safety officials are taken on board as those projects are reviewed.
Yeah, there's also mitigation measures that are in the projects and environmental document that would be implementing along when projects come through.
Okay, so there will be continued address in different aspects of the impact of increasing population on Fairfax.
Yeah, and we do require traffic studies for individual projects as well.
Okay, that's good to know. And there was something that has concerned me in terms of us trying to, do more evacuation planning this year, which is, we do have a large senior population, and we've talked about this extensively. Is there a reason or a way to specifically incorporate issues concerning seniors into the safety element, or is that something more that we should be looking at when we talk about evacuation planning and emergency preparedness planning moving forward? I'm intrigued. I did see that San and Samu did something really interesting, so I'm just curious where we're at.
We did bring that issue up with the police and fire providers, and they really need to focus on kind of a neighbor helping neighbor model in Fairfax, because if there is a big emergency, the emergency services personnel are going to be occupied by kind of general concerns of the town. So the solutions that kind of revolve around making sure that, you're looking out for your neighbor and you're helping. If you know that there's an elderly person in the neighborhood that they're there and you help them out. So it's going to be a community effort to get folks out of town safely. And you can't just rely on just the few emergency service workers that are going to be trying to help the whole town.
I've heard that from Rossmore and other places where they've held sessions for seniors. Yeah. I guess the final question I'm going to ask, and I know we have a time issue here, so we need to move on, but we've had a number of people say they don't feel like this is ready. They don't feel like it encompasses enough, or it doesn't address the right things, including a planning commissioner. What is it, and a couple council members, what is it that would change about this? And what would the process be to change it to address those concerns? That's as much a question to you as to the council members. What do you want to see different? And what would, if something was going to be different, what would the process be at this late point in the game to making the changes to address whatever the issues are that people are feeling?
Well, I would just say that a general plan is a living document, that it, as Andrew mentioned, it can be updated 4 times a year. And you don't want the expression, you don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good. You could probably spend years trying to get this document perfect. But it's really important that it be brought to kind of a point, a good point, so that we can kind of conclude the housing element update projects. And then probably the next step is we will be due for kind of a full general plan update several years from now. And so that would be, much larger effort. So I think we could in the interim, we could do modest improvements to the general plan, but then know that there's a comprehensive update to the general plan coming in 2030.
Okay, so that's a little bit of a ways away. If we pass this tonight and there's a council member who really feels strongly like things really need, it's not going to cause any disasters. Like there isn't suddenly going to not be an ability to evacuate if we pass this tonight because somebody discovered something. It doesn't dictate anything at that level. But if we did pass this tonight, is there anything stopping a council member, say, from next month, putting it on the agenda and say, I've got like 6 specific things I want to do to the safety and land use elements? Can we put it back on the agenda for changes? Is there anything stopping that person from doing that at this point?
Oh, the town can do 4 updates a year.
Right. So we could come back in 2 months if we wanted to and say we passed it tonight and we've determined that we really don't want to add a few more things after thought. Let's do that too. I mean, it's probably unlikely in some ways just because we spent so much time on this, but I'm just curious about future.
If I could kind of interject.
Certainly.
I feel like it is important for us to move forward with these documents with taking the recommendations of the Planning Commission that are here. And I think what we could do, I would make that motion, but we could say that we revisit the safety element in particular in 6 months. I think by then, Stephen Torrance and company will have their countywide emergency operations plan finished and be working with the towns to make them more specific, make them tailored to our towns. So it seems to me like what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and say this. I would say I would make a motion to adopt a resolution to amend the land use, town center, and safety elements of the general plan with the recommendations of the Planning Commission incorporated, and that 6 months or so that we would bring back the safety element for potentially more specifics, or at least attach plans that are in place. And I think Marin Wildfire will be further along as well. So my motion is we adopt the resolution to amend the land use, town center, and safety elements of the general plan with the condition that we take a look at this again in 6 months. But in listening to what was said tonight is that we do kind of a different look in about 6 months. I think 2 months is too soon, but I think about 6 months. So that's my motion.
I'll second.
Could I ask a question about the motion?
Yes.
So, there's no resolution number on here. It says resolution 25 dash, but when will it get a number?
It gets the number when the clerk, when and if we approve this, the clerk puts the right number on it for the mayor to sign. Oh, and by the way, there's a typo on the resolution. You have on the resolution, God, there's a million pages here, but the resolution has the last whereas on the bottom of the attachment A. You say the Planning Commission conducted a duly and properly noticed public hearing and held a second public hearing on June 26, 2026. I believe that's 2025. So, Councilmember Egger, that's.
Good catch. I didn't catch it.
Yeah, well, I'm like the eagle eyes on.
But I.
All right, so I made the motion. We have a second.
I'm not sure he's done with his comment. Were you done with your comment? I'm sorry.
He asked a
What-
question.
Well, he was kind of midstream.
Well, the motion is not exactly what the resolution before said. So just a question or comment. The third whereas talks about the EIR that was approved on December 13th, 2023. At the time, I prepared 7 pages of comments on the inadequacy, insufficiency of that of that programmatic environmental impact report, and there was never really much of a response to that. So we're basing this whole safety element on that 2013 December 13th PEIR. So I'm just concerned that we're basing this whole thing on an environmental impact report programmatic that really did not address the sufficiency of what was being approved. This is just going to compound itself. Now, I don't know if we can come back in 6 months and fix this. That you think we can? I mean,
I think we need to revisit the safety element. The council that you were not on last year.
No, I wasn't
the
here.
program EIR. I'm not suggesting that we revisit the EIR. I'm suggesting we revisit the safety element in about 6 months to see if there's further detail that can be added. So that's
And I
my
second the motion
motion.
along with the
And the change in
change to the
in the
year
date on the
rest.
resolution. Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Ager.
No.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
Yeah. But by the way, after all the devastating fires we've seen the last 10 years, you think I'm going to trust this safety element in all that's happening in this town? I vote no.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay. Go ahead. I think that we're just about hitting 10 o'clock, so we have a 10 o'clock rule, but also I think
So I want to make a motion since Councilmember Hellman has to leave. I would like to make a motion that we we continue item 5 now, the budget, as well as item 4, the public hearing on the vacancy reporting. And then item 7, which is the Fairchild Brahms issue. So I'd like to make a motion to move those to August 6th. And we already did a continuing resolution which covers that. So that's my
Hang on,
motion.
You're suggesting we continue the vacancy item and the fiscal year budget?
And item 7, adopt a resolution authorizing, this is the Fairchild Brahms. And then after you leave, we can take up the consent calendar.
I don't feel comfortable moving the budget. I feel like.
Well, if you're not going to stay, I don't think it's fair to the rest of us to take up the budget without you here.
I agree. I'm going to stay through the budget. So I think.
Okay, well, we have to do the vacancy reporting as well. That's a requirement that we must do that before the budget.
So quick.
So I would make the motion to just, if I guess you're amending and saying you will stay for the vacancy reporting and the budget. And I would make a motion to move item 7 to the August 6th meeting.
I think we were already planning an update on this August meeting anyway, right? So we can consolidate those as far as item 7.
We can do that.
Okay.
So do you want to second that?
I'll second.
Okay.
Councilmember Ager.
So I'm not sure what we're doing.
So we're moving,
explain it again.
we're continuing item 7 to the
Okay.
August meeting
Okay. Is that
and
it?
waiving the 10 p.m. rule. Were you doing that?
And waiving the 10
And waiving the
p.m.
10 p.m.
rule.
rule.
We're still with the sequence of 3 and 4 are staying put.
Well, they're not 3 and 4
Well,
anymore. They're
what-
4 and 5.
Yeah.
We're going to do 3 and 4 tonight.
We're going to do
We're going to do
vacancy
vacancy
and the budget,
and the budget.
Okay.
right, and let go of the fire station item for now.
And
That's right.
fire
till next-
station gets.
And waiving the 10 o'clock rule. Okay.
Well, I guess I'm not sure, but I'll say aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli,
No.
Councilmember Kohler,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay. Does anybody need a bio break at this point? Let's do a 5-minute bio break, then come back in. Okay, I think we should start the meeting again. We can do that.
We need our clerk. Did we
Okay.
lose our
Oh, we're
clerk?
going to wait for our clerk. Okay, let's give it a little couple minutes here.
I'm sorry, what? Is it recorded? Christine. Oh, there she is.
Okay, we're going to get started if everyone's in place. Okay, we're going to move on to the item in which we hold a public hearing on vacancy reporting in compliance with AB 2561 and Government Code 3502.3.
All right. I will make this quick. Tonight you are opening the public hearing for vacancy report in compliance with a new law, AB 2561, which is a California-wide law. I'll go to the next slide, please. Oh, we're working on the slides. That was just introductory. This new law became effective January 1 of this year. Basically, all jurisdictions in California need to hold at least one of these hearings, reports, in a fiscal year before the budget adoption to discuss vacancies, recruitment and retention efforts. All public agencies. What did I say? Jurisdictions. Oh, I see. Okay. I did offer our 2 labor groups, which is Police Officer Association and SEIU, the opportunity to present. Neither of them felt the need to present today, but that's part of the law. And then I'll go down to the third and final slide. So you saw in the report that for the calendar year 2024, the town's average percentage for vacancies was 7%. So that's actually well below the 20% threshold in which we would need to provide additional reporting. I just want to make a note. This does not include those positions which are listed in the salary schedule in your budget and in the item on consent that are not funded, are not planned to be filled. So this law is really dealing with just are you failing to actually recruit positions that you intend to fill. And we actually did pretty well there. And with that, I'll take it to any questions you may have.
Do any council members have questions?
Well,
I see Councilmember Egger does.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick one. So, this under this 2024, it talks about each month, and then below it says, "Please note the above chart does not include the following positions that are listed on the town's salary schedule and are purposely not filled or not funded." But the building inspector, it's funded. It's filled and funded.
No, it's not. That's what I was just explaining. So we have a building official. We have a building official who also performs inspections, and that is filled. But the building inspector position is we're not using that right now.
Oh.
Why do we have all these positions here that?
Mike, Councilmember Garangelli, excuse me, will you please turn your microphone on?
Yeah, well, good. Frank, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
But no, that's okay. I'm just, so like, but don't we have, don't we have a senior planner? We don't have one?
No, right now we do not have a senior planner. We have, is it associate or
I think Linda's a principal planner.
Linda Neal is a principal planner. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Oh,
So these are, so in all public agencies, there are various job classifications within each department. And some of them are like, for example, a building inspector might be a more entry level position within the category of building inspectors, building officials. Sometimes you see, like in Larkspur, they have a chief building official even. So there are different categories, and when you're not intending to open or fund those positions, then we've tried to make it extremely clear in the salary schedule that there's zeros in there, and they have asterisks. They are shown that we are not intending to fill those, but you keep those positions within the salary schedule so that if in 5 years you have, say, a building official who retires and we're able to come back to the council and say we can hire at this lower level and save the town some money, we want to be able to have that salary getting the COLAs, even though there's no position, there's no payments.
okay. So accountant one, there's no accountant one.
That is correct. There is no accountant one.
Okay.
That's right. That's why I put those in, because I know we've had questions like that before.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. And
But I have a
Councilmember
question.
Girgilli?
Yeah. Who's behind this law?
This law?
Yeah, what's it for? What's the purpose of the law? What's the purpose of it?
I'll defer to the attorney there.
It's brand new. It's just it's a reporting requirement. It's paper. Probably. Yes, it probably is. Yeah.
None of us in this room created it.
Okay. Does anybody want to make a motion? Oh, we have to go to public comment. Excuse me, I get tired and forget about it. Thank you for your reminder. Let's go to public comment. Oh, just a sec. Let me just check one more thing. I'm sorry, it is a public hearing, so let's open the public hearing and go ahead.
Hi, this is Todd Greenberg from downtown Fairfax. I'm concerned that this report differs from what the finance director stated earlier, that there are 34 and a half, I'm not sure who's the half, full-time employees. Elsewhere in the budget, or in the audit, pardon me, it says there's 35 active employees. Right here, it says there's 36 budgeted full-time employees and there's one vacancy. So I suppose if a careful read with different wording here, that the audit and this document are agreeing that there's 35, but that differs from what the finance director said, that there's 34 and a half. I'm concerned that Councilman Ager and maybe perhaps other council members previously have repeatedly asked both the town manager and the finance director for who those employees are. And the reason there's a real concern is that there's 20 some odd, 24 perhaps, credit cards outstanding that have close to $1 million worth of billing over the last 3 years. Now, there's 18 police officers, or in the police department, I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, and that would leave either 16 and a half or 17 full-time employees. Who has those cards? Why are we not getting an answer to this? This is what's going on here with the no answer and not paying attention to this is we have a cancerous growth in our expenditures in Fairfax.
Okay. So is this about the vacancy or the budget?
I'm talking about this report. If I could finish.
Vacancies. Okay, go ahead. 5 more seconds if you want. Okay, thank you. Are there other people in the room or online who would like to speak?
There are no speakers online.
Okay, so back to council deliberation. I did want to note that I believe the audit was for 23-24, and that the number of staff fluctuates depending on whether we make people full-time. That used to previously be part-time. So there is some movement there from my observation, but maybe Town Manager Abrams would like to address that.
That's true. And also, I think it's important to note this is full-time equivalents. So there are, like you could have 2 half-time people who are making a 1 in this document.
So I want to mention, Mayor, we don't need a motion. It's just, we have the presentation for information purposes.
Thank you. Great. Okay, so moving along to the highlight of the night, we are going to discuss adopting a resolution to amend the land use, town center, and safety elements of the general plan.
Budget.
I'm sorry. I'm very tired. I have these all in order very carefully, and I put the budget in a separate binder because it was so huge it wouldn't fit in my first binder. Pardon. Should have stuck with my original agenda that I wrote here. So I'm sorry. Adopt fiscal year 2025 and 26 to 26 operating and capital improvement budget. Well, I'm just writing the title off of the agenda. So we'll adopt a resolution and be less tired and get through this. So thank you for your patience and your help.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My favorite time of the year. And this is the third of 3 meetings that we're having for the budget for fiscal 25-26. The first was a budget workshop that was held on April 18th, at which we distributed the draft budget. The second was the meeting last month on June 4th, where we had a budget hearing. And tonight is the adoption of the budget. So as I've said before, this budget is a work in process. We've made changes in this version of the budget from the proposed budget that we discussed at the June 4th meeting, which reflect more current information and subsequent activity. This includes the unfreezing of a police position, which has been unfilled for more than 15 years. And this was accomplished by an increase in the UUT last meeting. And both these changes are reflected in this version of the budget. There's also an increase in our share of the fire department expenses and the amount that we'll receive in TAM transportation funding based on actions by those agencies after our last meeting. I've also updated personnel expenses for departments, including restoring deputy town clerk to a full-time position as it was previously, and updating various expenses related to benefits and other budgetary changes. We've also got the elections department, which now has an increased budget of $120,000 for the additional 2 elections as a result of the recall petition. If there are changes this evening, we will incorporate those into the final budget document. So let's start with an overview of the budget. This year, the town anticipates receiving $15 million in revenues and transfers into the general fund. I explained last time that we have the majority of this is discretionary revenue, but there are certain elements that are dedicated or special revenues, and I'll identify those as we go along. The biggest source of the revenues for the town are property taxes. This year, we expect to receive about $6.2 million in property taxes, of which 56.3% of the general fund is from property taxes. Sales taxes is our next biggest source, and the projections that we got from our sales tax consultant, Avenue, project that this is a 3.7% increase over what we budgeted last year. This may change if the economy changes, and the current version of the budget shows that sales taxes represent 14% of our funds. The service charges, Measure F, and other taxes account for another 25% of our revenues. And finally, we have a drawdown of surplus revenues from the prior year of $723,000, which is 5.2% of the source of funds for this year. So, next slide. So last time that we had a meeting, I got into a deep dive here on property taxes and on sales taxes. And as I said before, the property taxes provides 56.3% of our budget, which is very close to what the percentage was 10 years ago when it was 56.4%. This slide shows a breakdown of the property tax bill and the portion that the town receives of property taxes that are paid by citizens. The main component of that tax is the basic tax, which is 1% of the valuation of property. But we also have ad valorem taxes, which are increases or decreases based on the amount of assessed valuation, as opposed to parcel taxes, which are the amounts based on formulas and criteria. The biggest recipient of property tax is education. And this slide shows that our portion, which is in green, is about 18% of the basic property tax. To this, we add the ad valorem taxes. Fairfax has two ad valorem taxes, which are Measure K road bonds, and the Fairfax pension tax, which varies from year to year based on the assessed valuation of the properties. There are also two other ad valorem taxes on the property tax bill for various school and health bonds. Then we add parcel taxes. There are 14 different parcel taxes on the Fairfax property tax bills. Two of those are for the town of Fairfax. That's the runoff tax, which most residences have at about $15 per residence. And then the Fairfax special purpose tax, which is now at about $220 per living unit or business unit. So I have an example here of the property tax bill, which shows the two property tax bills, one for a median assessed property value in Fairfax, which is median assessed valuation is $643,000. And I also have one for a newly purchased property, which might be at today's prices of about $1.2 million. And the median value property has a tax bill of about $11,000, of which the town receives about $2,117, or 19% of the bill. Those are highlighted in yellow on the slide. And those with new properties have a property tax bill that might approximate about $18,000 per year, of which the town receives about $3,800, or about 21% of the amount that's paid. So the point of the slide is to point out the fact that people look at their property tax bill and they say, we pay so much in taxes. How come Fairfax isn't doing things with that? And the the point of the slide is to say that we don't receive all that money. We might receive 18 to 20% of the property taxes that are paid on property tax bill. The next slide shows sales taxes, which is our next biggest revenue source and accounts for about 15.4% of the general fund revenues. And this, as this slide shows, the sales taxes vary from city to city. Sales tax for Fairfax is at a rate of 9%. And we can see that from the graph that there's 4 cities that are lower than Fairfax and 6 that are higher. And this basically says that the basic tax that is collected includes a share for the city referred to as the Bradley-Burns tax, which is about 1% of the taxed sale, or 11% of the total taxes that are collected on sales in the town of Fairfax. And the town has a 3/4% additional district tax, which is our Measure C, which is about 8.3% of the sales tax collected for sales in Fairfax, for a total of 19.4% of the sales tax collected. So, as I pointed out last time, if you go down to Giringelli Pizza and have a nice dinner and it costs you $100, but I know it won't cost you ever near that much, 120, okay. But on $100, you would pay a sales tax of $9, of which the town would receive $1.75. So the district tax affects some sales outside the town limits, and we collect a 3/4 cent tax on certain purchases by Fairfax residents on purchases of things like vehicles and internet sales such as Amazon and Macy's, where the merchandise is delivered to Fairfax address. So if you go down and buy a Toyota in Santa Rosa for $50,000, the sales tax will be 9% regardless of whatever the local rate is in Santa Rosa or other district that you buy this in, and Fairfax will receive that 3/4 cent district tax on a 50,000 sale. That might be about $375, but they won't receive any of the basic tax, the 1% or the Bradley-Burns, which goes to the district that you actually buy, San Rafael, Santa Rosa, wherever you happen to buy that vehicle. So the sales tax outside Fairfax by Fairfax residents generates a significant share of the receipts. And in March, they were 40% of our Measure C revenue. The next slide. So this slide shows the use of funds, or the appropriations. That's the technical term for expenses in budgetary terms. And for this budget, and that shows 15 million of appropriations in the general fund. The biggest use of these funds is for public safety, which represents about 59.3% of the budget. Police is a little over 5 million, and fire is about 3.6 million. Administration is about 10% of the budget. This includes the town manager, town clerk, personnel, attorney, treasurer, audit, elections, environmental departments, and of course, finance. Then there's the planning and building department, which is about 8.4% of the expenditures, appropriations. And public works is about 7%, and our parks department and recreation department total about 5%. And non-departmental is about 7.6% of the total appropriations this year. By category, which is right below that, or actually the next slide, right? Next slide. That's it. By category, appropriations are primarily for salaries and benefits, which is about 44% of the total budget. And then there's the contract that we have with Ross Valley Fire, which is about 24.4% of the appropriations for general fund. Then we have other operating expenses at about 20.5%. And on the other side of the exhibit, it shows what the other contract services are, which is about 9.4% of the budget. So basically, when we talk about having contractors and outside services and everything like that, that's only about 9.4% of our budget. And that includes contractors that we have within the planning department, public works department, parks, attorney, and non-departmental or other departments. The next slide. So this year, as we've mentioned before, we had many challenges. One is that our revenue projections have cooled. Last year, our property taxes increased by about 6.4%. This year, we're expecting about a 3.3% increase over last year's actual expenses, or worse, yeah, last year's FY25. Sales tax is expected to increase by 3.7% over last year's actual. In the previous year, it was more than that. Our personnel costs are more predictable this year since we have MOUs and COLAs in place, and we have not projected any new positions in this budget other than the unfreezing of a police officer position. We have funding for priority projects. That's a challenge because we have limited resources for this. The improvements to Station 21 will require a loan of about $1.5 million in order to be able to accomplish. We have a large storm drain project this year. This is going to be funded primarily by federal ARPA funds. And we have road projects that are being funded by gas tax, TAM, and general fund, which have limited amounts that they're able to use for that purpose. Finally, we have current economic and environment. The current economic environment creates certain uncertainty in revenues, especially for federal sources for bridges and highways. The impact of sales tax from tariffs, which on the one hand increases costs, potentially increasing sales tax revenues if consumers buy at those higher prices, or lowering sales tax if consumers decide not to buy at the higher prices. We have higher inflation. I think they just came out with new inflation numbers that show that inflation is increasing again. And that impacts the town's own costs for equipment and for wages. And we also have significant losses in the stock market, which could impact CalPERS. Actually, we have a new report out that says that CalPERS had, 11% increase in stock or in their revenues for this last year. So those fluctuate and they're difficult to predict. So this may impact the CalPERS employer costs and decrease disposable income. So let's see, the next slide. Let's see. Okay. Appropriations this year show a 4.8% increase over last year. Most departments have decreased from the prior year. Exceptions include fire department, which shows a 9% increase, or about $300,000 over the previous budget, and the police budget, which has a 7.2% increase of about $536,000. We have recreation, which shows increase.
Mike, just a question. You said 7.2 on the slide. It says 12% for police. Is that a typo?
I hand wrote that over there, and it is a 12%.
Okay.
Didn't erase the little point between the two.
Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out. Then we have recreation that shows an increase in expenses, but that's offset by increases in the revenues. So this next slide shows an overview of our general funds. This consists of 8 different funds, which together comprise general funds as a group. And we're starting the year with about $4.7 million, 4.696, which represents about 33.3% reserve level. The council policy for reserves is 25%. And so if we go through the revenues and appropriations and transfers, we'll end up with about 3.9 million, which represents about 26.4% reserve levels. That's not a lot of wiggle room, but we are over what our minimum standard for reserve level is. This year, we've added in a road improvement fund, which will act as a holding fund for designated road-related capital projects. And this would include revenues from dedicated road purposes, such as the road impact fees and street opening fees, and also for general fund monies that are budgeted for road projects but may not be spent if, as with last year, we go out for bid, the bids are rejected, so the expenses get pushed to a future period. So this has an advantage of assuring that those funds budgeted for road purposes remain designated even if the project is delayed. And in this fund, we're holding $250,000 as an emergency reserve for road incidents such as we've had in the past on Tamalpais Berry and on 195 Pine Street. Next slide. So the second major group of funds is our special revenue funds. We have 7 special revenue funds, which include the Special Police Fund, Fairfax Festival Fund, Measure F, gas tax, the transportation funds and park funds from TAM, and our ARPA funds for federal stimulus. The monies for these are, this includes monies that are dedicated for road purposes, such as the gas tax and the Measure A TAM. And I'd like to mention here that if you look at the Fairfax Festival, based on the early results that we've got from Fairfax Festival for this last year, we actually expect that the Fairfax Festival Fund will end with a positive balance, and that it can now contribute to overtime spent by police and public works. So the next one is the debt service funds. This includes our Measure K road bonds, which were issued in 2000 to 2006 and refinanced at various years subsequent to that. These are close to being paid off starting in August 25 and then finally in August 27. The PERS refinance debt, which refinanced $9 million of PERS liability, dropped the interest rate from 7.5% down to 3.66%. I think we figured that saved us, what, was it about $4 million?
Well, okay, I could be remembering it wrong, but I thought you said over 20 years it's close to like 8 million we're saving.
I didn't look up that number, but it was.
But I could be wrong because I remember we've talked about it many times.
Right. Finally, we have below the debt service, we have the fiduciary funds. This includes solely our open space fund, which has a budgeted transfer of $4,000 if the committee spends that much on operations for things like fundraising. And in the current fiscal year, we're projecting that the committee will spend more than $4,000. So that's why the transfer is showing this year at $4,000, but it'll be less if they spend less. So it's dependent on the amount that they spend. So the next slide is capital improvements and appropriations. Basically, this year, the CIP budget is $5.3 million, which is a couple of $1 million higher than last year. So this is primarily because we are doing the storm drain project, which is about $1.76 million and a $1.5 million improvement to the Station 21.
Mike, just a question.
Yes.
The CIP appropriations on the slide say up by 2.3 million. You said 5.3.
Well, it is 5.3 million.
Okay.
It's
up. Okay,
it's an
it's up
increase from the
2.3.
prior year of
Okay.
2.3.
Because it sounded like you said it was up by 5.3, but I see it's up by 2.3 to 5.3.
Okay, got
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying. And then we also have road projects in here of about 740,000. They're slightly down from our FY25 expenditures. The next one shows the summary of our CIP funds. We have 3 capital improvement funds, Fund 51, 2, and 3. We're projecting, you can see there that the total expenses of 5.3 million is spread between basically Fund 51 and Fund 53. We project that we'll receive revenues of about 3.1 million from reimbursements for expenditures that we do. Obviously, if we don't spend that entire 5.3, we won't receive the revenues because we won't have the monies being reimbursed. But we also show here that there are transfers of about $1.5 million from general fund, gas tax, TAM, Measure F, other places that are sources of funding for capital projects. So the next slide shows the current estimate of expenditures for roads based on budget for the past 5 years, including the current fiscal budget year of FY26. And in this exhibit, I show that the total expenditures that we're expecting to make for roads is about 1.536 million. In the general fund, there are 2 departments which contribute to road repairs, which are Fund 5, or not Fund 511, it's Department 511, which is the street department, which has a budget of 563,000, which is about 300,000 for personnel and about 235,000 for supplies, vehicle maintenance, and engineering. And then we also have Department 510, which is the Public Works Administration department, of which we allocate about 50% over to street purposes because they do bids, they oversee the work crews, there's a nexus that we figure is about 50% to the road projects. And then we also have capital improvement projects, which this year is 760,000 of the total 1.5 million being spent. The revenue sources consist of many different sources that are primarily dedicated revenues and monies that the general fund is contributing above and beyond those dedicated revenues. The first dedicated revenue that we have is gas tax revenues, and these are distributed to the state, to the town, based on our population. It has nothing to do with how many gas stations you have in town and how much gas you might actually use. They figure it based on, you got 7,500 people, here's how much money you get. So they use gas tax that's collected from all over the state, and that determines what our percentage of revenue it is going to be. This year, we're projecting that our revenues will be about 419,000. That's actually been projected for us by Michael Coleman and his group at California Finance that look at these and let us know what our percentage is likely to be. These are next we have Measure A, TAM revenues, which are distributed to the town based on the approved projects that the town has put in for population and road miles. And this year we're receiving 183,467. Actually, looks like 197,000. And that's up slightly from what we had projected previously. I mentioned that when I said the changes that were in this year's budget. So within the building and planning fund, we also have two revenues that are used primarily for road purposes. Those are the street opening fees that are collected from utilities that do work on the street. Been a little bit of work happening out here, and we did get some money for road opening, and hopefully we can use that money to put a final surface on that when we're all done with our storm drain project. So we also have road impact fees, which are collected based on the impact of activities on the street. For example, Marin Sanitary pays us a monthly fee of about $4,000. That's a negotiated rate, and that's per their contract for the impact of the trucks on the streets. I don't know when that contract is going to be renewed, but we may want to have a discussion about road impact at that point. All told, these revenues dedicated to street work is about $867,000 this year, which is a little more than half of what the total expenses that we're putting on the road is. That difference there of $668,000 is made up by the general funds, primarily discretionary funds. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that people might have. Actually, I do have one more slide there. We can skip this one. Nope. Did we go that one? There we go. This one shows the total capital improvement projects that we have, and it's broken down by what type of categories for each one. This shows that there's 5.3 million in the capital projects budgeted for this year, of which 760 are for road purposes. 1.2 million is for bridges, which includes some road element, but I haven't broken that out separately. We have facility improvements, which includes the fire station and other building improvements, 1.7 million, and then the drainage project on Park here, we have 900,000 for this next fiscal year, although that is going to depend on what the timeline projected ends up being. And then other projects, which includes the improvements that we're making up on the wall property of about 615,000. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Question on this slide. Can I ask? The stormwater that's being paid for by ARPA, right? Can you just remind me what the ARPA amount was again? Was it
We received about 1.8 million in funding for that.
So we're subsidizing the rest.
We'll subsidize the rest.
Yeah. Okay.
On the exhibit that's up on the screen, we have about 545,000, which we received 500,000 from Most when we purchased the property. They gave us 500,000 towards rehabilitation on the project, and then we have 45,000 from
Was Measure A Park.
Measure A funds dedicated
But
to
that was part of the deal. We got $500,000 towards restoration work.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Egger?
For instance, the wall property was mentioned, and Jessica Green had left us $40,000 in her last will and trust. And I just was trying to track it down, and Heather said we've not received it. And so I tracked it down to Malt, and Malt said, well, we received it in December of 2024. I said, oh, great. Did you send it to Fairfax? And they said, well, we don't know the disposition of it. You have to talk to our finance officer. And it took a while to catch up with the finance officer. And so then when I did talk to the finance officer, she said, well, we're going to send it to 40,000 right now to Most. And I said, well, Most doesn't own the property now. Fairfax owns the property. We've owned the property since last September. It should go to Fairfax. And she says, well, no, Most has some professional expenses that they're going to take out of that money. And I said, I don't think that was the intent of Jessica in leaving the money to go for professional expenses. So I'm waiting to see. I guess are we gonna get an accounting from Most as to is it been done or?
So the escrow's closed, so I'm not sure. Can you say a little bit more about your questions?
So I've talked to an attorney. If in fact Fairfax does not get to $40,000, and I find that it was eaten up by professional services just recently, I may litigate Most and Malt for the $40,000. That's how concerned I am about the loss of $40,000.
I just want to make a suggestion. I only heard about this from Mike Ardita the other day at the gym, but has anybody seen specifically what her will said?
Yes, I forwarded that to Malt.
Okay, is that something you could forward to the town?
Have you seen it yet, Heather?
No,
I've sent it to everybody. I thought I sent it to everybody.
I only heard about it from Mike Ardito, so
If you wouldn't mind
No,
sending it.
I sent it to Malt. I sent it to Most. I sent it to the Open Space Committee members.
So my suggestion would be please send me all the documents that you have, and let's take a look at it. And it's a little beyond the budget that we're doing right here, but I understand that you're looking to apply that money to the wall property rehab, if you will, and so we can figure out, what, if anything, is missing and how we do that. I'm not sure at this
It's
point.
pretty much one line. It's item number 19 in her will and trust, and it says $40,000 to Malt, and it lays out Malt's address and contact and their nonprofit number, and it said for the wall property.
Oh.
So I guess it's going to be up to interpretation as to what that means for the wall. I'll send it to Janet too, for the wall property. So the last time I spoke with Jessica Green before she passed was at the Fairfax Festival of 2024. And she was at the coffee roasteries in a wheelchair, and we talked briefly during the parade. And she told me she was leaving $40,000 for the wall property. And that was during the festival in June 8th of 2024. And then I thought, I said, oh, thank you. So we just kind of chatted. And then she died. She passed away 14 days later. So I did have a copy of her last will and trust. And that's where I've got the number of the 40,000 as to where it was going. And then so I backtracked it to Malt, and then they said they were going to give it to Most. And so I've been in contact with Bill Long and with the Malt finance officer, and stuff has been going back and forth about where the money is. And then Bill Long says, well, we've got professional expenses that need to be taken care of. And I said, well, it's already transferred. I mean, it's all done, isn't it? And so I'll send that to you. I'll send it to you and Janet to take a look at it. It's not really clear. It doesn't really say, what I hoped it would have said, but that's the way it was written up. But it says for the wall property.
Good.
I'm happy to look into it. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Well, let's have Janet look at it
Yeah,
to see
I think that's important.
Yeah.
Okay, other questions about the budget, council members?
Well, I had some more questions on the budget though. I would just, the wall probably jumped out.
Okay.
But I noticed our revenue for police services way down. It dropped, what was it? I think it's down like for moving violations went from 20,000 to 5,000. And parking violations went from 45 to 35. So I hope we're going to be full staffing here this year with police officers. And I'm just kind of concerned that it looks like enforcement is going down rather than going up. I get complaints all the time about people speeding in Fairfax. And so, I mean, there's a lot that we can be done to slow the traffic down, but I just those revenues are down substantially. What else? I noticed that the finance department was up, and how much? What was the increase in the finance department? Let me find that here.
I can tell you that Michael sits in a chair with duct tape on it, if that helps.
What was that? I missed that.
Michael sits in a chair with duct tape on it, if that helps.
Oh,
He's very frugal.
And then I noticed the town attorney costs were down. And, in light of what we're being faced with these days, I'm wondering if that should really be reduced.
I feel like we talked about this in the last review that she anticipates a lot of these to be settled. So, right? A lot of the litigation.
And also, I think we've changed how we're reflecting litigation costs.
Yeah. There's litigation and then there's my expense town attorney. Those are two different things. And a lot of the cases hopefully will be taken care of fairly quickly. We've already gotten a good ruling on Lignito. And so we anticipate the closure of those.
I also think we moved, so I think people get confused because we have a town attorney's office basically, but there was litigation which was not directly paid to the town attorney, but to specialists. And then there was the town attorney's fees. And I believe, if I'm correct, that we have now moved the litigation fees into non-departmental to better reflect what they are, as opposed to being under the town attorney's line.
That's correct. So we had a lot of confusion, in the comments about, people even assuming that the total fees were equated with a person's salary, and that's not correct. So we were trying to better show what's litigation, what's specialized versus the general town attorney functions, which are primarily handled by Janet's firm, but can also, BBK can come in there from time to time.
So, something that really concerns me is the condition of Center Boulevard between Pastoria and Pacheco. We had that one bicyclist, she took a spill. Her tire got caught in a crevice in that road. She took a spill, and another local lawyer contacted me, and she said he was behind her and saw her go over the handlebars. But I look at that road, and that road's a mess. And I don't know when we're going to get it fixed, but it's just a liability for us sitting that way.
Yeah.
It looks like we ought to be cutting out sections and at least the bad spots, fixing the bad spots, cutting and filling it and trying to put a little surface on it because it's a bad shape. I don't know when it's scheduled to be worked on, but it looks like it's not this year.
Can we talk about the budget? And that's a really important concern you're raising, but can we talk about that when we review CIP projects or the pavement plan or?
I was looking at the road budget. I mean, right, it's not in the road budget. So, I mean, it's
So we do have a third time looking at it, so.
it doesn't take a consultant to drive Center Boulevard and tell you that road's in bad shape. We're going to get sued.
No, I think we have I mean, I'm just curious, like we have a 5-year plan. So we have a 5-year plan that identifies the road segments that have been identified for, more urgent address, right? And then we also have people doing patching. And so I think we might have to look into the 5-year plan to see when and if Center Boulevard, that section of Center Boulevard is up for fixing, and that's actually in the back of the budget, I believe. There's a list of all the segments that we can actually address with the funding that we have within the next 5 years.
That's correct. So just for everyone's reference, the last 5-year pavement plan was done in, I believe it was August 2024. And it was with the assumption that we would get the bond, which we did not. So the idea was with an infusion of cash, we could do more. So we can certainly bring that back at a future date, but I wouldn't suggest that for August. I think you're going to be busy with many other things at the council level in August.
Well, one of the problems with the bond is 55% of those funds over the life of the bond was going to go to interest. And if we could somehow free up funds here and not have to pay all that interest cost in order to get money to fix the roads, we'd be better off.
We might be, except that the exponential growth in the amount of money that it's going to cost to fix those roads as we wait for money to trickle in is probably going to offset that. So that's the one concern that I have. But we did come up with a plan, and I'm looking at it. It's page 8, parentheses 1, and it lists the different, it's a 5-year pavement expenditure plan, paving years. And so it has specified certain roads, and I think Center was just to the town limits, beginning from the town limits to Pastore. So I'm not sure what the plans are for the future, but that it's not the section you're talking about, I don't think is specified for a major redo for some time to come. But, it's worth, if we take up, trying to discuss the road issue again, be a good time to think about it. But I'm not sure there's something like we can change the budget at this point specifically somehow to address that. I mean, that would be something more related to our 5-year plan, right?
Yes.
I've been addressing it all through the process. We've had at least 3 meetings on
Right.
budgets.
But are you suggesting that we change our 5-year plan, which is kind of a separate thing from the budget, that sort of looked at how we should allocate road funds, or you want us to change something in the budget?
I would. I tried, yes.
Okay. So yeah, if you have specific suggestions about how we do that, just
I need to.
yeah. Okay. So do we have any more questions before we move to public comment? Okay. So let's move to public comment, and then we will move back to deliberation.
Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. I'll ask that the mayor not interrupt me this time. I'd like my full 2 minutes. This budget features $12 million worth of debt obligation. This budget has a UUT increase of $322,500. That's far more than what that additional police position was going to cost. Are you contemplating possibly rebating the overcharges to the people of Fairfax? I've written into this council regarding the excess UUT charges and the actual non-reality of many people actually being able to claim anything over $360. This council and this finance department needs to come up with a realistic way that overcharged UUT is claimable by the public. The planning department and planning and building is 8.4% of the budget, but public works is only 7% of the budget. There you go. Something's out of balance. Why aren't we spending more on public works, and why don't we reallocate some of the planning department funding to public works and fix more roads? Debt service on that $12 million is $1,365,000. Wow, if we paid off more of that debt, or we didn't take on so much debt, maybe we could fix our roads better. Our town attorney this year is $609,000 estimated. The budget was $340,000, but she's herself estimated it's $269,000 over budget this year. She's been over budget 4 of the last 5 years, an average of $137,000 per year. This is unrealistic.
Thanks. Next speaker, please.
Who made that childish yell at Todd to call his timeout? I hope that didn't come from the council. Someone sit next to Frank Egger. That would be an embarrassment. A couple questions. Michael, does the town in your budget, and where do you budget the revenue or income that comes from like Lyft and Uber? Additionally, for all the litigation fees, I commend you separating litigation, but I personally like to know what we actually pay our town attorney and what kind of commission scale or percentage do we get charged when she passes these on or references or directs them to BBK or anybody else? Is there a fee that she's acquiring by being that intermediary person? Sorry, I'm extremely tired. And why should we be paying that? I think that should at least be identified clearly so we can all see it. I also heard in your description of the different positions, different reference to either legal, I think is legal fees or something within a different department. I would hope that we could query out all of the legal representation for the entire town, whether you split it into separate on-case litigation that somebody else is handling, and or if it's a referral through Janet, that Janet is still adding that to her salary. Thank you.
Great. Is there anyone else in the room or online that would like to comment?
There is one speaker online. Deb, you are unmuted. You may unmute yourself.
And or
Hello, Deborah Benson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I wanted to speak to the capital improvements part of the budget, particularly Park Road. Earlier this evening, Ray Moritz spoke about the cutting of the redwood tree roots. And apparently, there are plans to move the sidewalk further into the redwood grove, which would necessitate cutting them even more. We do have a tree ordinance that in construction zones protects trees, and the town is obligated to follow that as well as anyone else. And I don't see anything in the budget for remedial help for the trees that are going to be affected by this cutting. or hopefully not taking them down if they're killed by this project. And I'm wondering why that's not in the budget. I'm also wondering why our town arborist was not consulted in the plans for this project, and who's responsible for this mismanagement and threat to our town's beautiful redwood grove. I'd like to see that investigated and remedied to whatever extent it's possible, and any further damage stopped. So thank you for hearing me.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else online?
There are no other speakers.
Okay, so we're going to bring it back to the council. Councilmember Kohler.
Yeah, a couple of things. There appears to be people not understanding a couple of things. We have debt obligation for example, Measure K. Measure K was issued in 1999. The voters passed it. Both Mike and Frank were on the council at that time. It was for $6.83 million to repair roads. By the time we pay it off, the estimate is $5.4 million in interest. That's what happens. Okay, for our refinancing of our pension obligations, which is something we did, changing the interest rate from something like 7% from CalPERS to 3.5% or less percent, we will save about $8 million over 20 years. So clearly there's a misunderstanding of what debt obligation is, and what we've done is we're actually saving money, and Measure K was something well before the three of us in the middle were on this council, and there was some road work done. Okay, the second thing, on the redwood trees in Perry Park, I've talked to Mark Lockaby because Ray talked to me. And I've also brought that to the town manager's attention. They were not cutting into the roots, and that's a misunderstanding, and there's no plan to cut into the roots. The other thing is there is no commission that Janet Colson gets for referring cases to BBK. You may or may not recall, even though you've been here through many meetings, that we did two things. When we switched to PAL attorney, we also agreed that we would do specialized services with BBK. So there's no commission, and I've been sitting here way too long tonight, but I'm really frustrated at hearing abusive comments from people, confrontational comments with sort of background, and seeing folks on their phones the whole time, not paying attention to Michael Vivret's presentation. But I'm ready to move forward with this budget. I think we've talked about it enough. And as far as the pavement management plan, this pavement management plan that's in the budget, there were two pavement management plans that were done. There was one done with the idea that we might get that road bond. There was another one done for the skinny version, and that's what's in this budget. So I'm not going to sit here tonight and work on the pavement management plan. If we want to talk about the pavement management plan, we have a new public works director, and in the coming months, we can talk more about pavement management. But this is not the time to be doing this at the budget stage.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from council members?
Well,
okay, Councilmember Egger?
Well, looking at utility users tax, we raised that from 4% to 5%, right? We did that in this budget.
Yes, you acted in June.
And I'm looking at the numbers. Adopted 24-25 was 350,000, and then in 25-26 is 625,000. That's a pretty hefty increase. That's more than the one. They're going from 4 to 5%. That's more than 1%. So I'm just wondering how we got the 650 from 350 this past year.
Michael, can you answer that?
I'm just looking. I'm on page 1A.
We have the increase from the UUT, but you also have the projected increase, the likely increase that we'll have in electric rates and in telecom, et cetera. So I had originally projected our UUT to be about 450. I raised that to about 490 based on actuals up subsequent, analysis of what our actuals were. And then I applied the increase to that number.
Well, we have telecom there increasing 17,500. That's in telecom. But it's a huge increase in the energy. So, but it's because PG&E's raising rates more than they've already raised them?
Oh, yeah. I mean, over the last year, they raised it, what, 4 times last year?
Yeah, and I'm sure you read the paper, Frank, but there's always a rate increase before the CPUC. And I will tell you, the CPUC is always happy to approve those rate increases.
Okay, other comments or questions?
Oh, on utility users, I'm sorry, on the hotel users tax, it was 20,000 adopted for the last year and 30,000 this year. Is the extra 10,000 from the short-term rentals? Is that what it's from?
That's what it's from.
Okay, thank you.
Did Councilmember Garanghelli have questions? I thought I saw something going on there.
No, I'll comment before I vote.
Okay.
Well, I'm ready to make a motion to,
Okay, I don't want to make a comment, but I can make it when I vote.
okay, adopt the budget for fiscal year 25, 26. Thanks to staff for their hard work.
I'll second. Councilmember Ager.
I'm thinking here. I'd like more discussion before I vote. I'm just not prepared to vote right now.
I have a comment
Okay.
before I vote.
Okay. Let's move to you, and then if Councilmember Egger has other comments that he wanted to make beforehand, we'll do that.
So first of all, before I vote, I think it's it's really good work that Michael's doing and on the budget. I think my disagreement with the budget isn't the work that Michael did. It's the policy decisions by the council. And we did have meetings, we had budget hearings, but everything that it's okay, this is how it works. I asked for certain things and it didn't happen. And one of the things that I would like to see in the future is we spend our money differently. And I'm not going to keep repeating what I have said almost every meeting since I've been on this council, but we need to divert more of the money we get, record-setting monies and all that good stuff, into our roads, and the money's there if you just have different policies on the way we want to spend it. So that's why I'll be voting no against this budget, because I don't agree with the way we're spending the money. Not by the work that Michael did or the town did, but certainly by the policies of our council. Thank you.
I vote yes.
Oh, okay. So I'm confused about seems like we're doing comments, but
Made a
maybe,
motion, we
okay,
had a second.
Right. So we're going to do comments in the context of people doing the votes. So
And
okay,
we already had
go ahead.
no vote.
Go ahead.
So I'm sorry, when Councilmember Ager said he wasn't ready to vote.
Right.
I'm still thinking.
Okay. So
Come back.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
He voted no.
I commented and voted no.
Right.
Thank you for clarifying. Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Okay, I'm just going to make a comment. I just want to say thank you. You did a great job on this. I think that it was really good that we delayed this and spent a little more time on it because it allowed it to be more perfect. And it also allowed it to adjust to changing conditions. So that was great. I did want to just say that I'm thinking we've done some really good budgetary discipline in the last like 3 years that I'm on the council. We've always had clean audit, healthy reserves, balanced budget. So I'm really proud of everybody for having that sort of budgetary discipline to do that. And I think we've also made incredible progress. I think at one point, Michael Vivret told us how much we had in LAIF in like 2008, how much we have now. So I think that this group of staff, even prior to, say, Heather coming on, has worked really hard on kind of stabilizing and making our budget healthy, right? So I am going to vote yes on this.
I'll vote yes also.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's see if I am too tired to move forward with the other things we need to do.
I think Councilmember Hellman was going to leave, and I
Okay.
think we're close to the 11:30 rule. So I would like to make a motion that we try to continue on with consent.
Okay, I'll second that.
Great.
Good night. Take some flowers off the table. Thank you.
Call vote. Thank you, Vice Mayor Hellman.
Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangelli.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay. We are going to move on to the consent calendar. And as usual, the council can approve all items on the consent calendar in one action. Alternatively, any council or staff member can remove items for separate discussion and voting. Public comments for consent calendar items are taken collectively, not item by item. During this period, speakers may address any item on the consent calendar, with each speaker allotted up to 2 minutes and limited to one comment session. So this would be the point at which, if council members want to, or staff would like to pull something off of the consent calendar, they can do so. Otherwise, I think we will, or very brief questions, but we can't go into prolonged discussion of any of these items. We do. I'm just saying that this is the point at which, if a council member would like to pull something or has a quick question, they can do so.
Well,
Can I just say one thing? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was just going to say to pull two items, the financial report and item D, and I just want to make a statement about it. It happened before my time, but I mean, I want to talk about it just quickly. But
Well, sometimes, what I've done where it's just a statement, you can say that rather than pulling it. And so I was going to make one statement,
well,
but I don't have to pull the item.
So I don't know, like the parklet program, we really ought to talk about it a little bit. It's like,
I think my request would be that we do much more enforcement on the parklet program. I think we have people who haven't paid, people who don't have plans. I think this status report tells us where we're at, but I think our direction to staff is, let's get that money in, let's get those plans in, and let's push it.
Thank you. Councilmember Egger, did you want to pull it or make a comment?
okay, so I'll pull the parklet one just so we can talk about a quick second.
Okay, so we're going to pull the parklet.
And the financial report, just those two.
Okay, we're going to pull the parklets and the financial reports. So that is 8A, and parklets is 8E. For further discussion.
Understood.
8E. So 8A and 8E.
I'll second that.
So
We're pulling 8A and 8E.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
Frank made the motion.
Wait. Frank made the motion to pass the consent calendar without 8A and 8E. Is that what you're saying?
He made the motion to pull two items.
I don't think I think any council member can pull them.
8E. It's 8E.
Right. So you made a motion that you wanted to pull 8A.
I don't think
and
we usually
B.
make motions. We just let the person pull the item. I think we don't make a motion for pulling. He can just pull them if he wants to. So we're going to pull them. And we could make a motion to then pass the consent calendar without 8A and 8E and then move on to those two items. Does that sound right?
We need to take public
Yeah,
comment.
but yes, so let me, good. Okay, so we'll take public comment on the consent calendar minus 8A and 8E. Thank you.
Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. I'd like to ask that items that remain 8A and 8F be pulled. I understand 8A is already pulled. 8F is received 2024 Marin Sanitary Services report. I'd suggest that that be done at another time when the public could actually have input. Since franchise fees and rates have gone up significantly, that is something no other member of the public is here other than one tonight. This should be discussed in public. Next on the remaining items that are not being pulled, council member assignments committees should be discussed. That should be discussed regularly. Salary schedule, why is it not noted? Why does somebody have to reference elsewhere what the actual raises have been when a salary schedule is on the agenda item? And then lastly, before time's up here, I want to note for the record for everybody who's listening to this meeting far and wide that this is the fourth or fifth or more time that Councilwoman Hellman has left and not been present for a consent calendar vote. It's inappropriate if she wishes to hold office to not be present at these meetings one time or an illness. We could possibly imagine that, but if she doesn't want to do the job, she should not be here.
Okay, well, thank you. That is not on the consent. No, that was not on the consent calendar. So I'm going to let you have, I'm speaking and I'm the mayor and I'd like you to just slow down for a second. So if you could give him 10 seconds back, that would be great. But I do want to mention that Councilmember Hellman's demeanor and actions are not on the consent calendar. Thank you.
I'll take my 10 seconds back, please.
Yeah, can you give him 10 seconds back or I'll put it on my phone?
To clarify for the public, I am speaking about the consent calendar and Ms. Hellman's frequent absence to vote on the consent calendar. This has been the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yes, and I was like, that was
There is one speaker on
Okay,
Zoom.
let's go to the person on Zoom.
Mimi, you are unmuted. You may unmute yourself.
Okay, hi, thanks everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Just, don't make assumptions about who's here, quote unquote, on Zoom or virtually on CMCM. I wanted to give a big shout out to Jody Timms for agreeing to volunteer for another term on the Climate Action Committee. She's doing such a great job, and we are so lucky to have her volunteering on that. And the other person I wanted to praise and give a big, huge thanks to is Susan Pascal Berens, whose work on the Open Space Committee is just fabulous. And, as a former chair of the Open Space Committee, that is like such a stressful job. And she is just such a saint for taking all that on. So thanks, everybody. Good night.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
There is one other speaker on Zoom.
Let's move to that person.
Deb, you are unmuted. You may unmute yourself.
Thank you, Deborah Benson Cascades. So I'd like to join Mimi in congratulating Susan Pascal Baran. She does do a great job. So financial statements, there seems to be a new payment to a finance company.
Can I mention that we're going to pull that and have that as
Oh,
a
you
separate
are?
discussion? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry
sorry.
about that. I didn't get that you were doing that.
Sorry.
I guess that's it. So thanks, Susan.
Okay, thank you, and we'll look forward to your comments in a few minutes. Is there anyone else online or in the room that needs to comment? Okay, so bringing it back, that was the consent calendar
So I'm ready.
without A and E.
So I'm ready to make a motion for the rest of consent. I just want to point out that Marin Sanitary Services report is a report. It's nothing on fees, so that's a separate thing. So I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item A and item E that were pulled.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, so now we are going to move on to item A, which is the financial statement and disbursement reports for May 2025.
Are there questions?
So on item A, and what I was trying to track was the credit card charges this month. Did I miss that, or where are they showing up?
It's in there. It's in the report.
Typically, it's the last page.
It's the last page there? Okay, so specifically, we are listing them now. They're
It's been listed
5.
since January, yes.
Okay. Okay. It just seems that the utility users tax is up. So the figures you have is 493, 216, 23% of the budget. Is that 100% of the or is it 11 months?
That's through May.
That's through May. So we have one more month. Okay. So it's going to be up there quite a bit, isn't it?
Compared to budget, yes.
Oh, okay. And so when there's a cap of whatever the cap is, $360 per person
Cap is the same as it was back in 1980.
I understand. Okay. So is there any way that we're gonna help folks deal with that cap issue?
So if I may, so we put the information about the cap and how to either, preempt the cap or get a refund in the newsletter, in the town newsletter twice, with a lot of detail, including how you evaluate whether you might want to activate the cap, because most people will not get to the cap. You have to have $7,200 worth of utility bills before getting to that very low cap of $360 a year. So most people, unless they're a large property owner that has multiple buildings on their property, for example, or perhaps a commercial building, will not ever get to that cap.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, it's $7,200, and we put it in the newsletter. And we do have very good subscription and open rates for the town newsletter.
I think a lot of people would hit that, the price of utilities.
9,000 was based on a 4%. 72
Right.
is on the 5%.
Right. But at that rate, what I'm saying is that I think a lot of people exceed that number between all those utilities. So I think a lot of people are overpaying.
It's per account, so it's not. You may have a separate UUT cap on your phone than you do on your electric.
Right. So it's like
Not in total.
7,200 electric, 7,200 water, 7,200, right? It's just like each utility has.
Right. And we don't deal with the water. We don't deal with the sewer or any other utility that might charge a UUT. We only have 3 specific: electric, gas, telephone.
So, for example, most people will not have $600 PG&E bill every month. Yes.
Yes.
I think they do get
You
high.
own a lot
All
more
right.
property than I
mean,
do.
They get high. Okay.
Yeah. More questions or comments? Okay. So, okay. Well, good. I'm sorry. Item A, we need to do public comment. So that is on our financials, unless there's any more council member questions or comments. Let's go move to that. And I think Deb Benson may call back as well.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, speaking once again on the financials. Why is this May? Why are we a month in arrears on our reporting? How can you do a budget when you don't have the most recent closing financials? How can you accept the audit when you don't have the June financials in any year? The audit's obviously over a year in arrears. I just want to point this out. This should be June. Where's June? How come we're a month in arrears? Next, I want to point out that the town attorney has been $418,000 over budget the last 4 years, and 200 and something thousand, I think 269 over budget this year. It is completely unrealistic, as evidenced by this report, to estimate that the cost is going down to $300,000. It's misleading the public. I don't know if that's misfeasance or malfeasance, but this report shows that she's significantly over budget, and it's been over budget in 4 of the last 5 years. That's on page 2, Fund 121 under expense, $312,000 over budget this year. That's over budget in excess of what the town of San Anselmo spent in total on its town attorney. Maybe it's time we think about having an in-house town attorney that has a set total cost, because we've got runaway costs here. And it's unrealistic to say that this is a one-time set of expenses, because it's been going on for the last 4 or 5 years.
Thank you. Can we move to the online comments, please?
I don't see anybody online with their
Deb's
hand
not
up.
there? Okay.
Oh, there she is. There she is. I see her now. Deb, you are unmuted.
Thank you, Christine. Deb Benson, Cascade Drive. So I agree with what Todd just said. Regarding the financial statements. So I noticed that there's a $3,700 check to a consultant for doing a promo video for our police department. Our police are great. Why do we need to promote them? They're great all on themselves. They're their own promotion. So I wonder about that. And then there's something called Gray Bar Financial. It looks like we have an ongoing $700+ payment going to them. That's a new one on me. Why are we paying Gray Bar Financial? And then on to the credit card reporting. In my experience, credit card reporting follows the same format as check reporting. You have a date, you have a vendor name, you have an amount, and you have an allocation to office supplies, gas, whatever, blah blah blah. So what I'm seeing here isn't following that format. what I'm seeing is instead of a vendor name, I'm seeing postage, but not who it's paid to. And then there's a memo which sometimes refers to a vendor name. And I'm wondering why we're not being more specific as we are in the check reporting with the credit card reporting. That's all I have to say. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else?
There are no other speakers.
I just want to mention, I know the police chief, actually, they have a videographer that he asked for, and I think they did a video recently. So that was the police chief, and that came out of his budget. So it's not something that anybody else in the town asked for, but they use a specific videographer.
Okay, and I did need,
Yes, and
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I believe that was the 100th anniversary
Right.
video, so not to be expected every year.
Right, you're right. And Gray Bar, who are they?
Gray Bar is our voice over IP phone system. So Michael was looking to save money, as we all are, and found a new phone system which cuts our costs for telephony quite a bit.
We did the same thing at the media center, switched and really cut our costs and actually had much better service. So I want to make a motion to approve. Oh, I guess.
I need, yeah, we
Oh,
have,
I'm
we
sorry.
still, people are still making questions and comments. So Councilmember
Couple
Gary,
questions about the credit cards. I see an excessive fee here for the Fairfax Festival, still pint cups, $6,000. What's that about?
Purchase of cups.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And then secondly, car washes. I see $2,500 worth of car washes.
Can you point me to the page you're looking at?
Well, it's on the last page, but except
Okay.
it's not the last, it's the second to last page. Matt and Jeff's wash card. 500, 500, and 1,500. I know what it means. By
Yeah,
the way. It's pretty
we
self-evident.
we have police cars. We wash police cars.
In Nevada?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Do we go to car wash with them or does somebody come here and wash them?
No, that's a place in Nevada, Matt and Jeff's. It's
It
up
could
near
be
the
San Rafael,
Costco.
maybe.
Matt and Jeff's is up near Costco up there.
So that's to buy a card, and that gives them discounts, and they get multiple washes out of that.
So I'd like to make
Okay, so other comments. I'm not sure if Mr. Councilman Gary is done or not.
I had a question out in the audience about why we did do the financial statement for May and July.
Yes, let's do that. And I have a question or comment. So if
The last meeting was in June 4th, and I hope that Todd's not expecting that we're going to have a financial statement for the June 4th meeting posted in May for the month of May. We do the financial statement for the month following, the first month that it's possible to do it for. We didn't do June because we would have had to post that one in, when was the posting? July 1st or something like that. And we couldn't have done a June statement by that point. So, you need time to be able to get the bank statement, to do a bank rec, to get an accumulation of the report items. There's time involved in creating a financial statement. So, it's an unrealistic expectation that you have the financial statement 4 days after the end of the month, because all of our meetings are usually the first Wednesday following the end of the month.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you. I'm not sure if other people had comments. I had a comment, but I'm just kind of looking for other council members who have anything to say before we take a vote on this one. So I'm just going to say, I think we've had this repeated again and again and again, probably for the last 3 years. about attorney fees. So if you can correct me if I'm wrong, we have a town attorney, which is Janet Colson. We also have litigation specialists, and they have been regularly reflected in the same line. And again and again and again, we have explained that that is not the town attorney's salary per se, that there are two separate things going on there. I think we've also mentioned repeatedly that we have an unanticipatedly large number of litigation suits going on right now, which we discussed in closed session, so you can see them all listed out. Can you clarify any other reasons why? I know in the past that the town attorney's firm also covered some of the planning department and various things when we had the housing element and we didn't have a planning director. So I think we've explained this multiple times, but I'm just going to put it out there again that we have reasons why litigation tends to be high. Am I getting this right?
You're getting that right. And as an example, people can look at the closed session items. There are 9 items that require specialized attorneys.
Thank you. Okay, so that's it. I think Barbara had wanted to make, I'm sorry,
I'd like to make a motion to accept and file the financial statement and disbursement reports for May 2025.
Second.
Councilmember Egger.
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Great, thank you. Okay, so now we are moving on to item AE, which is receive the status report for the Fairfax Parklet program.
Sure. I pulled that one. I just noticed that, only one of the parklet people paid their tax. Do we bill the rest of, how do we bill them, or is it an honor system? I don't know how we arrived with this.
Yes, and we are conducting additional collections enforcement. And so hearing from you, as we heard from Councilmember Kohler earlier, that you're supportive of the staff continuing with collection is important to us, so that if we if we get to the point where we feel we're not going to be getting compliance, then we would bring that back to the council and, say, okay, give us more authority to move forward with compliance. And just, for context, this Parklet program, we went through an exhaustive process to put together the guidelines, and all of that process happened in 2022.
That's before Frank and Mike.
It's before Frank and Mike. That's right. So if at some point, the council feels that the program is not working, that would be a future agenda item where you could, suggest refinements.
So are we going to get a report back on the success rate of getting the businesses to pay their fee? Because that would be, it was interesting to me to see that and be like, wow. So we only have one business that's consistently paying, and I love all the businesses on there. So I was just a little disappointed in some of the other ones that I patronized.
And we get plans on that update.
Yeah.
Yes. So we can definitely do those updates, and that's the point of putting this. I asked the staff to put this together to give you that transparency, so that hopefully this will also help us to get them in line.
So we could send them a nice letter saying, "Oh, you may have missed this, but," or I don't know how we're going to do this, but
yes,
we'll
take care of that.
Oh.
You say we have one shining star. Please try to meet their example.
And I think the other piece that I would like to remind folks is when we adopted the Parklet program, if they didn't submit plans and they didn't pay, they could lose their Parklet. So that was adopted in that program. So I kind of think, Councilmember Gangelli was asking me, are we routinely billing them, or are we just sort of accepting that they will come in X date? Do we have sort of a billing system set up? Is that something we could do?
Yes.
I just think these are the kind of things that when you come back to us and give us an update, I personally don't feel you need more from the council, except it was in those regulations. Pay your fees, submit your plans, and there was important things about those plans, like to make sure there was space, so we didn't have rat infestation, so we didn't have flooding. So let's really look at that. And I think maybe in a few months, give us another report like this, and let's hope it's all filled in.
Great idea. Absolutely.
Great. Okay, so public comment on the parklets.
What's missing in the discussion, my name's Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. What's missing in this report and what's missing in the discussion is some courtesy to the businesses that are generating revenue. A negative police or fining action or notification in an unfriendly manner is not how we should treat our merchants. Your attorney can tell you that there is a legal requirement for adequate and proper notice. My suggestion is that this be done in a friendly manner, in an encouraging manner that solicits additional input from those who have parklets, asking what else the town can do to help them out. Because there are businesses helping to create over $1 million worth of sales tax revenue. Yes, this may be, as Barbara indicated, in prior regulations, but perhaps it hasn't been communicated well to them as proper notice was not given to property owners related to the strictest in California rent controls. There is a noticing problem in this town. Can we do better? I hope so.
Thank you. Is there anyone online?
There are 3 speakers on Zoom. The first one is Deb, followed by Mimi. Deb, you are unmuted.
Thank you, Chris. Deborah Benson, Cascades. If indeed people have not been noticed, I agree with Todd. But if they have been, I would have to disagree. This is a business relationship. When these parklets were created, the rules were laid out, and it concerns me that these receivables are going back years, and it makes me wonder how much else is receivable that the town has not been tending to. I'd like to see an AR report, accounts receivable report, on whatever else is due to the town. Also, one of the rules was that there be no signage in these parklets. The brewery has signs saying open for lunch and, various other signs. I'd like to see that noticed to them and those signs removed. Yeah, I'd be curious to see what else is being owed to the town that hasn't been looked after. And I think that people should pay the rent. That they knew the deal when they signed on, and they should pay their rent. And I think they should either pay it or have them removed. Mill Valley is removing their parklets for reinstating parking spaces. So I'm kind of going in that direction in my mind. Thanks for hearing me. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Mimi, followed by Mina. Mimi, you are unmuted.
Okay, thanks. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I really appreciate additional discussion of this subject. I've never really been a big fan of making this a permanent program, and I'd welcome additional discussion. And maybe if you guys are going to come back and look at this, you could include information about how the businesses that don't have parklets feel about them, and do some independent polling of them maybe. And also, residents and people that are frequenting the downtown area as well and how they feel about them. I would imagine, the restaurants all like them, but if they're, as Deb mentioned, not paying their quote unquote rent, I don't know why they're enjoying what I see as, uh, a strain on our parking resources. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Mina, followed by Cindy. Mina, you're unmuted.
Hi, this is Mina. I'm also in the Cascades. I kind of want to echo what Todd said. If you could just I have a feeling that the businesses haven't been notified. So if you could make it informational, and just have like some engagement and conversation around it, I think that it would go better. I also agree they should have been paying as well.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Cindy. Cindy, you are unmuted.
Hi, Cindy Ross again. And I just wanted to say briefly, I like the idea of the parklets, but I do have some concerns, especially a couple of the spots, the brew pub and also the Japanese restaurant. A lot of times the sidewalk is blocked, especially like I have a little dog. If I'm walking past there, it sometimes gets challenging to, if it's really busy. And I'm just a little bit concerned to hear that, that I don't want to point fingers. I don't know which ones have not been paying, but if they're not paying what they're supposed to be to maintain them, I really think they should be noticed and they shouldn't be operating. Thank you. I'll also, it would be nice to have more parking back again too, but thank you.
Great. Thank you. Is there anyone else online? Okay, so we're going to bring this back and vote on it. And
I'd like
unless
to
we have
make
other comments.
I'd like to make a motion that we receive the status report for the Fairfax Parklet program. Because it's on consent. Yeah, we got to vote. Second. Come on. Yeah.
Second.
Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Girangelli.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Mayor Blash.
Aye. Okay, great. So as we've noted before, it says council reports and comments. Those are included in the consent calendar. We can move on to future agenda items. And I'm just going to clarify a little bit, although it's late and most people are probably gone, that, as the person that's supposed to moderate the meeting, what I've been trying to do consistently is to keep people on track with items that are on the agenda, because we're not supposed to discuss items that are not on the agenda, because we need to give the public a decent amount of time before of notice before we discuss things. We don't want to be discussing something that the public didn't realize was going to be discussed. So I'm not trying to be draconian. I'm just trying to keep things on track with what the expectations are, partially because that is part of the Sunshine Act. So for future agenda items, we have a number of things. One of them that is pending is the Charter Cities item, which I believe we decided was going to happen in September. We've had some discussion of a park rules committee. We'll see where that goes. We're still awaiting some legal issues. And I think that Councilmember Kohler did want to have something or possibly future items about our tobacco ordinances. And I will note, although I'm not sure we've actually voted on this or if we should, that I would like to see us revisit our formula business ordinance. So I might ask the council to vote on whether we can put that on a future agenda. But I will hold that. Yes, ma'am.
That has to go to Planning Commission, and it is planned to go to Planning Commission.
Yeah, I brought that up a few months ago.
Excellent. Yes. Okay, that I let that one go. I forgot about that key point. So if there are other future agenda items that people want to suggest, please suggest them now.
Okay, I have one. So the Marin County Registrar of Voters with their certificate of signature verification, we have these, but do they have to officially be on the agenda? It looks like you're going to be on the August 6th agenda. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm sorry, do you want to? Yes,
Yes.
that is a verification of signatures. They have to come to the council to be certified. Okay, and so then you have to call the election.
Okay.
And so that's what's going to happen on August 6th. And there are several resolutions that go along with that. And so that will take up, if you remember, well, no, you weren't on the council, but you were here. You remember the initiative, how we did that. We had to set a special election date for that. It's similar. It's not exactly the same, but it's similar.
So I understand we have this reserved for election on November 4th in case there is an election.
That is an election date, yes.
Right. So I did talk to Dan Miller at the Civic Center at the Elections Department, and he said if in fact we do want to have an election in November, that we have to pass a resolution and get it to the county by the 8th of August.
We know that, yes.
You have that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's gonna be on, it's all gonna be on the agenda for us. Okay, okay. So just so we don't miss a day, I mean, that's probably the least expensive way to do it.
We're not going to miss a date.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other items?
I want to add to that just a tiny bit, and that is, I want to say today at what time? I think it was 3:30. We got that letter from the attorney talking about what Frank was just talking about. Normally, stuff like this that comes in late is put on our up here. No? When people, well, what's the cutoff time?
72 hours.
3 o'clock is the cut. Okay, so it was 3:30, so the
Letter.
cutoff's
Oh,
3.
you're talking about the letter. Okay.
Talking about a letter from an attorney that was talking about the subject of the,
The deadline to submit
be
public
presented.
comment for meetings is 3 p.m. and that is the deadline to include it in the posting online and for it to be printed in the packet. That letter you're referencing in this very moment is still a part of the meeting record.
the,
I mean, you do get a lot of things very late in the day, and I have to say it's difficult because often, especially if a closed session, people, if they really want us to read those, should send them much earlier because you can't read them in a closed session, and your letter is sort of not as useful as if you'd sent it earlier. So unless we have any other future agenda items, we can move on to the town manager's report.
Well, it's 12:02, so I think I will give you your morning back.
Okay, we wanted to also, we had, if anybody had public comment that was cut off at the beginning, they could make public comment now.
Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. I and many other people resent having to wait until past midnight to make a comment or comments that most other people will not hear. This needs to change. I resent being interrupted. I resent Ms. Hellman making disparaging comments. I would ask this council to consult with their attorney about whether she's in violation of any rules of decorum. I would also like this council to get an opinion from the town attorney related to the receipt of the notices of sufficiency, which were received by the clerk, by the town's election official, a member of the governing body, extended on Friday and then published on Monday, and contained at this meeting, reflected in the budget as being anticipated. The elections code says when received shall be heard at the next regular meeting. That was tonight. So I'm still speaking and I've got 30 seconds, please. I want to commend you on one item that finally there's greater transparency on what the town attorney is doing. That might be a start towards actually trying to control the expenses. How do you make a budget if you have no controls on the expenses? I want you to think about that. People have to live within their means here.
We have one
Thank
speaker
you.
on Zoom.
Thank you.
Mimi, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I wanted to say thank you to all 4 council members who are here for working so late tonight, and to all the staff who've worked so hard and long, and especially a huge thank you to Mayor Blash and Vice Mayor Hellman for your sacrifice for the town. And, you know, there's a lot of people in this town, we'll find out, I guess, in November. But there are a lot of people who support you guys. And, you know, I just want you to know how much gratitude we have for you. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay. So, I'm sorry. Yes, we're going to adjourn. I just wanted to clarify that we did have a statement from our attorney, or we did have guidance from our attorney on the notices of sufficiency, which is why we conducted the meeting as we did. So I would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Peter James Doyle, Bill Whitney, and Barbara Mattis.